I'd like to get this hearing in today. You know, everybody needs to just focus on the relevant facts, okay? I know there's a history here. I know.
Are you talking up by Sunset Mart? Up the hill by the gas station?
Yeah.
Okay. Why did you? All right. Who's responsible here?
What's that?
Who's responsible here? Whose house is this?
Yeah, haven't been drinking or anything, right?
No.
Okay. Drive careful, okay?
Thank you.
This is when the other group had the ran away.
Oh, really?
You just ditched it?
Awesome.
Yeah, those ones kept walking in the car. And the other one.
It's truly for the win.
Woo! We got some good nuggets.
That's what I was given to. So there was 2 different discs. Okay? They all knew about it.
We're not here to talk about the alcohol stuff, okay?
Okay, yeah.
But this is the second noise complaint we've had here tonight within 2 hours.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Is this your place?
Yeah.
Perfect. You know why we're here?
And I see noise.
Noise, yeah.
Yeah.
Big speaker right there.
Yeah.
Nothing against having a party. Once neighbors start calling in, then we have an issue.
Like brains and like if
What is up, guys? Welcome to the show. To the transparency. Gonna be a good one. What do I got here? A bunch of crap. All right, so ready. Those of you guys who didn't see me on Criminality, I was there. And let me just tell you guys that Vicky Gooch, she was part of presenting on November 1st, 2022, 13 days, 12 days before the murders, an update on the September Ada County human trafficking sting operation by the TVHTTF, which is the Treasure Valley Human Trafficking Task Force, which they rescued 6 trafficked women. The 6 women received victim services and were provided with contact information. Vicky Gooch, so 13 days before the murders, like how Kaylee Gonzalez was talking to her dad about the fact that human trafficking is real, okay, and is a problem. Vicky Gooch is updating everybody from Idaho State Police on the fact that they rescued 6 trafficked women. Now, Vicky Gooch interviewed Dylan Mortensen on November 17th. November 17th was the first time that bushy eyebrows were ever said. If you go back and you try to check out Steve Gonzalez talking about Kaylee, talking about human trafficking, you're not going to find that anymore. That's been wiped from the internet, and it was wiped early on. And it was like, oh, wait, we don't want you talking about that. We don't want you talking about the fact that Kaylee was talking to you about human trafficking. Why? Why can't Kaylee be a follower of true crime? Why, that's like, me. Why can't anybody, if I was to say anything to anybody about anything that I was covering or looking at in terms of like, oh gosh, this, that, or the other, So is there any connection in the fact that it was Vicky Gooch, ISP, who was slated to retire and then come back in a contracted form with the IGG unit and cold case unit, okay? But that she was the one that interviewed. What was there more to talk to Mortensen about? You know, they said, as we developed more, as we were getting more information, we had more questions for people. Okay. So what happened between 11:13 being interviewed twice and then 11:17 that Vicky Gooch would be asked to ask Dylan Mortensen questions? Just so happened to be the person Dylan Mortensen asked Kaylee Gonzalez to come and be her +1. So did Vicky Gooch have questions of what did Kaylee say? You know, Kaylee would have never been able to go to that party on Friday, the 11th night, had she not been invited by a +1. Well, that +1 was not Maddie. It was not Xana. Okay. That +1 was from Dylan Mortensen. That is why then Kaylee could then attend the party on Friday night. Out of all the investigators that would have been involved in this case, I get it. Dylan Mortensen a female. Maybe want to have a female. Well, why didn't you use Detective Vargas? Detective Vargas out of the Moscow Police Department. Okay. Why use Detective Gooch? Detective Gooch. I'm just showing you guys a little. Think what you want of it. Detective Gooch had just rescued on November, or talked about the fact that they just had rescued 6 trafficked women on November 1st. Kaylee told her dad about human trafficking. Kaylee is murdered on November, as well as other people, on November 13th. So welcome, come on in. Let's see. There you go. Collaborating for a Safer Idaho, November of 2022, and there it is. Murders. She interviews Dylan Mortensen is interviewed by Noonans and Mowry. Never mentions bushy eyebrows. 11:14, 11:15, 11:16 is a PD presser. 11:17, Vicky Gooch calling Dylan, and that's the first time that we're hearing about bushy eyebrows. Okay, and Vicky Gooch updating everybody on November 1st that, hey, we rescued 6 trafficked women. Remember, taken off the internet was Mr. Gonzalez talking about Kaylee's, hey, about trafficked women. So there you go. Now, me and Bella have more to read. Obviously, we're going to be getting into the good part, which is that basically the Othram work that was going on wasn't going to lead to Brian Kohberger. You guys are aware of that, right? The work that Othram was doing was not going to lead to Brian Kohberger. No way, shape, or form. Even if you had the 4 brothers spitting their balls off, not going to lead to him. They were in a complete, woo. Okay. So, to hear that the name Brian Kober was sent to Moscow Police Department on December 19th, but everybody's supposed to believe that nobody knew of that name to include the FBI until that date is just, woo. It's hard to swallow that pill. It's hard to swallow the fact that you think that the Federal Bureau of Investigation, all right, who is so secretive, hush hush, we don't have to tell you something until we fucking have to, that they're going to just let Moscow Police Department in on what they know when they know it like that. From the testimony of Cyree and Tom, it would have taken a sound person that knows what they're doing as far as the data points with the phone and a day or two. Okay. And here they're able to know the whereabouts and plot all this stuff, allegedly within an hour. And Tom testifies as saying that means that the FBI had it ahead of time. Like, that's just what it means. They had it ahead of time. All right. Well, so how did they have it ahead of time? Well, that means that they had Brian Kober's name before December 19th. There's a lot of new documents that dropped. The state trying to make some power moves here. People are saying, no, it's just, you guys, there's deadlines. Okay, there's deadlines. And in order for the state has to go first with their deadlines. So they should be making these deadlines. So the state just filed to not allow defense to argue anything that doesn't point directly to Brian Kober, and no alibi either. Sick bastards. Yeah. Hold on 1 second. Let me pull up something else I want to. Come on in. It's clear as day that Ann Taylor wanted the guy that took the stand to say the last name. Ann Taylor wanted that last name out there. Okay. And said it so much in a way that, hey, this is a closed hearing, so what's the last name? She wanted the judge to hear the last name. Right? I'm still pissed about the fact that you're going to unseal all of this shit. Where's the defense's motion? Where's the Franks that was sealed? Where's the IGG motion that was sealed? Like, you're going to give us the state has now asked for the audio to be released so that we can hear the audio of the closed hearing. Where's the, I want the damn, I want Ann Taylor's motion. I want her arguments. Because based off of the transcripts, right? They did all of their oral arguing on the motion, right? In front of all of us. And I think that would be bullshit for you to have to tell me that, hey, be careful, don't say this or don't say that because, wait, what? And then just keep this part closed so that I can freely speak. It doesn't make sense to me to have to constrain anybody, the defense, the state. Because, okay, this portion we're going to do public. The whole damn thing should have been public. So, what's up, everybody? Whoop, whoop. Let's see, which one do I want to... Okay. Second. Feeling like $1,000,000. Alternative perpetrator evidence. They felt the shifting of emotions. Yeah, no shit. All right, let's go like this. All right, so Vic Barlow is now part of the team. But guess what, guys? Creme, what the fuck are they smoking? Did you guys see what I posted in my... I think people have seriously lost their minds. Thanks for your hard work, man. Hey, Jen, what's up, baby girl? Everybody's lost their damn minds. How does this one-page document send Creme 2 into a TizWiz? Ready? Let me show you what I mean by that. If you go check out my page in my community section, I'm over here like, I think Creme 2 has lost their damn news. Like, they've lost their mind. They've lost their news. They've lost everything. And you can be like, Lana, what are you talking about? Well, this is what I'm talking about. I guess I'm going to have to get a little bit more forceful over here. We've been doing hella research over here. I want to know why Vicky Gooch is involved. Woman out, gonna go retire, gonna be part of the IGG cold case unit. Not so fast. So here. Let's see. Posts. Creme. I said, Jesus Lord, Creme has lost her minds. Shakeup hits Brian Kober's defense team 6 hours ago. 6 hours ago. This is what they post. I'm like, oh man, something really happened. Ready? Here's what Creme puts out. Shakeup in the Brian Kober case. Ready?
The defense team for the man accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students is changing. Our news partners at the Coeur d'Alene Press found out North Idaho's state public defender and co-counsel for the case's defense is out. He'll be replaced by a North California attorney who specializes in DNA and previously consulted for the defense. It's not clear why the attorneys in the case were switched out. Brian Koberger's case is set to go to trial this summer. The defense team for the man accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students is changing. Our news partners at the Coeur d'Alene Press found out North Idaho's state public defender and co-counsel for the case's defense is out.
Wait a second. Do you guys hear that? What? This is, fuck, I'm calling them. What are they doing? What is going on? Creme, was it 2 News? I mean, how do I call you people? How do I call these people? What the fuck are you people talking about? They seriously think that Ann Taylor's out because they brought Bicca Barlow on. And this is who Coeur d'Alene and the rest of that damn area is listening to. You know, Ann Taylor ain't out. Nobody's out. Nobody's changing shit. Cram 2 don't know dick. Okay? So handled that. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. Next up on the docket for Lana. I'm just putting out all these fires. They don't know shit. That was literally just put out 6 hours ago. Wow. Next up is clearly the sheriff's department in the same damn area likes to put their hands on females. I got this sent to me. All because people have different views at a town hall meeting. And then the sheriff is asking this woman and her friend to be escorted out. They basically, like, have you guys seen this? Like, they just take her down. Do you guys want to see it? I don't know if you guys care about it. Idaho, backwards is balls. All right. They're just unbelievable. And everybody in Idaho that I love, like, I just feel bad. How do they get away with reporting bad info like that? How do they get away with 6 hours and nobody has called them to say, like, hey, you might want to retract your statement? So it's like, Lana, why wouldn't you ever work for these idiots? Work for people like, kidding me? I'm like, come to do you suck dick. I mean, it's ridiculous. What's up there, girl? Okay. So next up. Sorry, I am late. Love you. Hi, Miss Potts. The craziness that's going on. 5 gifted memberships going out. Jackie. I thought that said buttholes, but it does not. Cheers to Jackie Bushable. Jesus. You guys, it's a Monday. Yeah. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, we're going to play the town hall meeting. Here's just a shakeup over here with town hall. Like, town hall. Kootenai County Sheriff. Yeah, here we go. We'll let Crumb 2 show us the way. I have the full video though, so let's see how they forcibly exiting. Let's see how Crumb 2 shakes this down for us.
Erupted in chaos over the weekend. At one point, a woman was forcibly escorted out.
There's an opportunity for you to sound off, but please get up and be escorted out.
The Kootenai County Republican Central Committee hosted the event at Coeur d'Alene High School. At one point, the woman who Coeur d'Alene police have identified as Teresa Borrenpohl goes back and forth with Kootenai County Sheriff Bob
Give me your
Morris
number. Oh, I know
about
she wants
her
to be
needing
interviewed.
to leave. The situation escalated when security guards grabbed the woman to forcibly escort her out. According to our reporting partners at the Coeur d'Alene Press, the woman bit one of the security guards. The Idaho Democratic Party released a statement about the incident, saying, in part, quote, "It is a very sad day when a woman who voices dissent is physically dragged out of a public venue by unidentified men while the event moderator belittles and taunts her. Idaho deserves better." Coeur d'Alene police told Creme 2 she was initially cited for battery, but that's now under review. This is a developing story. So the Kootenai County Republican Central Committee hosted the event at Coeur d'Alene.
Did he just say bites? She just holy. This is crazy. Okay, yeah, right. Okay. horrible reporting. Just play the damn clip. Let's go. I'll play the clip. These sourpusses. They just said that they wanted to report that the woman bit the security guard. The security guard who wouldn't identify himself. I just can't. The heck is going on? Who's not gonna fly? For fuck's sake. It's that type of a day. What is up, guys? Oh, we can't get shit to play right now, I guess. I don't want to, I just want to see it. I don't want any Yeah, here we go.
The people sitting next to you. There's a bunch of people that came here to hear them. There's an opportunity for you to sound off, but not right now. And because you're not smart enough to know that, you're just crazy people. And what we're doing right now is just pausing while we escalate. If you can't be civil, get out.
Get up or be arrested.
So folks, when our nation began, there was some really
You're gonna arrest her?
No, I'm not recognizing you.
What would you like to do?
So yes, we're going to get to it. We're going to get to it. I promise. We'll get
Yes, it is.
plenty of chances.
This is not a negotiation.
But the problem is the folks. Oh,
I'm telling you to leave.
look at that. Oh, he's showing how intelligent he is with all the 5 words he has. This was the mission. They came here to disrupt so that the citizens can't hear. The reality is there's a whole bunch of great things that are happening. The problem is we got a bunch of rabble-rousers who just won't allow it to be spoken. So, the thing is, what I'm doing up here is I'm simply over-talking because your voice is meaningless right now. And we're just taking care of the rabble-rousers. And eventually what's going to happen is everything's going to settle down and we'll get back to the legislature. Because really, you didn't come here to listen to me. I just happen to have a nice loud voice and a big microphone. And I can talk over all of you. And I can just talk for on and on and on. And look at this little girl is afraid to leave. She spoke up, and now she doesn't want to suffer the consequences. Isn't that the problem that we're struggling with so many of the kids today? Is they want to be able to leave and then not struggle with the consequences. That is shameful. I think what we've got right now is a situation where these folks are trying to filibuster and shut this program down. Unfortunately, they're being successful. To all of you who came here to hear the legislators, I applaud you for sitting there and quietly listening. I promise we will get back to you. In the meantime, we've just got to be a little aggressive with some of these folks here. Here. Oh, no, I shouldn't be removed. I should be allowed to cry and yell and scream. I should be able to allow you to interrupt.
Don't touch her. Excuse me, Sheriff Norris. This gentleman is assaulting me.
You out
this
now.
man is
You
assaulting
out
me.
now. Let's go.
This man is assaulting me.
You
Is this
out
your
now.
deputy? Is this your deputy? No, don't fucking touch us. Is he a deputy? These are deputies. Who the fuck are these men?
So how about that?
Hey, hey.
It's too bad that we have some other people who are all Social Security. So we know that government is mismanaging money.
Just cooperate, it'll be 100 times better.
Yeah, that's what they say to rape victims, you fucking piece of shit. You refuse to identify yourselves. Who are you? Who are you?
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for joining us on Up with Creme. I'm Christian Garza. Tim has the morning off. We also want to welcome you if you're streaming us on Creme 2 Plus. All right, let's bring in meteorologist Thomas Patrick because,
Wow. Okay, guys. We have a couple different angles, so we're just scoping it all out. They literally drug this woman out of there. Like, I have no idea why. Everybody was like just voicing their opinions. I don't understand why anybody is being removed. I have no idea. But it's in Idaho here, baby. Idaho, where anything goes. So let's take a look, though, at a different version. So we have tons of these little versions out here. I want the version of, oh my God. I want the version of, this is not a bad version.
New tonight, a town hall in Coeur d'Alene erupted in chaos today. At one point, a woman was forcibly escorted out.
Please get up or be escorted out.
The Kootenai County Republican Central Committee hosted the event at Coeur d'Alene High School. At one point, the woman who Coeur d'Alene police identified as Teresa Borrenpohl goes back and forth with Kootenai County Sheriff Bob Norris about her needing to leave the event. The situation escalated when what appeared to be security guards grabbed Borrenpohl to forcibly escort her out. Sheriff Norris spoke to Creme 2 News tonight. He told us the woman allegedly bit one of the security guards. Sheriff Norris said Coeur d'Alene police cited Borrenpohl for trespassing and battery. Creme 2 reached out to the police department tonight, where officials say Borrenpohl was initially cited with battery, but that's now under review as they gather more information for trespassing and battery.
Wait, trespassing?
When allegedly bit one of the security guards. Sheriff Norris said Coeur d'Alene police cited Borrenpohl for trespassing and battery. Creme 2 reached out to the police department tonight, where officials say Borrenpohl was initially cited with battery, but that's now under review as they gather more information and videos from witnesses. This is a developing story tonight.
She got charged with battery? Oh, God. I don't know what to say. You know, I think though it tells me a lot about Idaho from this video. Nobody does a damn thing to help this woman. But I'll tell you what everybody did do. They got their phones out and they started recording. Nobody did anything to help this woman.
Point, a woman was forcibly escorted out.
There's an opportunity to step up, but
Please get up or be escorted out.
The Kootenai County Republican Central Committee hosted the event at Coeur d'Alene High School. At one point, the woman who Coeur d'Alene police identified as Teresa Borrenpohl goes back and forth with Kootenai County Sheriff Bob Norris about her needing to leave the event. The situation escalated when what appeared to be security guards grabbed Borrenpohl to forcibly escort her out. Sheriff Norris spoke to...
Who do you think provided this woman with what to say? What appeared to be Gonzalez playing with her dog. Sounds like a police statement.
County Sheriff Bob Norris about her needing to leave the event. The situation escalated when what appeared to be security guards grabbed Borrenpohl to forcibly escort her out. Sheriff Norris spoke to Creme 2 News tonight. He told us the woman allegedly bit one of the security guards. Sheriff Norris said Coeur d'Alene police...
Who are these people? Look at all these people. This woman over here all the way to the left, she has her phone open, like, because it's like a big knapsack. It's open recording. Look at these people just watching. This guy, I mean, everyone's recording. Look at this guy.
Cited Borrenpohl for trespassing and battery.
Right here.
Creme 2 reached out to the police department tonight, where officials say Borrenpohl was initially cited with battery, but that's now under review as they gather more information and videos from...
Look at this woman right here.
Witnesses. This is a developing story tonight. Creme 2.
I didn't see nothing. All these witnesses. Everyone just letting their fellow Americans just, I mean, no badges, no nothing. Like, I'm sorry, but if I see a woman, like someone, I'm like, wait a second, what's going on here? Calm down. Nobody helped this woman. I think that's crazy to me. Why? Because the sheriff said, get out of here, man. You can't tell me, get out of here for what?
Get up or be escorted out.
Why? Why am I being escorted out? Why? What's going on?
The Kootenai County Republican Central Committee hosted the event at Coeur d'Alene High School. At one point, the woman who Coeur d'Alene police identified as Teresa Borrenpohl.
Can we call it Teresa Borrenpohl, please?
Goes back and forth with Kootenai County Sheriff Bob Norris about her needing to leave the event. The situation escalated when what appeared to be security guards grabbed...
I want to call Teresa Borrenpohl. Can we get her on the line? Hey, Annie Potts, I want to call Teresa Borrenpohl. Do we have a number for her? How do we think you spell that name? I don't know. Teresa Borrenpohl? Like, is it like you think it hyphenated? I will get it. Thank you. All right, call her. I want to know what the hell's going on around there. Borrenpohl? You think that's how we spell it? No. Okay, thank you. All right, thanks. I'm sorry, but all these people are just staring and watching this.
New tonight, a town hall in Coeur d'Alene erupted in chaos today. At one point, a woman was forcibly escorted out.
Please get up and be escorted out.
The Kootenai County Republican Central Committee hosted the event at Coeur d'Alene High School. At one point, the woman who Coeur d'Alene police identified as Teresa Borrenpohl goes back and forth with Kootenai County Sheriff Bob Norris about her needing to leave the event. The situation escalated when what appeared to be security guards grabbed Borrenpohl to forcibly escort her out. Sheriff Norris spoke to Creme 2 News tonight. He told us the woman allegedly bit one of the security guards. Sheriff Norris said Coeur d'Alene police cited Borrenpohl for trespassing and battery. Creme 2 reached out to the police department tonight, where officials say Borrenpohl was initially cited with battery, but that's now under review as they gather more information and videos from witnesses.
Parties extension, you may dial it at any time. For a staff directory, press 9. For information about credential evaluation, press 2. For membership inquiries, press 3. For information regarding our meetings and conferences, press 4. For questions about our public...
New tonight, a town hall in Coeur d'Alene erupted in.
Well, a woman in North Idaho was dragged from a town hall meeting when she spoke out against the policies being discussed. Organizers say she was disrupting the meeting. Abby Wilt has been tracking the fallout today. Abby, what did you learn?
Hunter, it was at a Kootenai County Republican Central Committee Legislative Town Hall. Teresa Borrenpohl came as a resident to listen to lawmakers, and she ended up in the emergency room.
You're assaulting me.
Teresa Borrenpohl was attending a Kootenai County Republican Central Committee Legislative Town Hall Saturday, discussing topics like Medicaid and school vouchers, when she was forcibly removed from the meeting.
All of our elected officials in Kootenai County and surrounding areas are all Republican, and so that is why the Republican Party did the town hall. The auditorium was full.
Borrenpohl, who has previously run for a seat in the Idaho House as a Democrat, tried to ask a question during a discussion about reproductive rights. Her friends, Megan Kuntz and Tamara Saenz-Cremelis, tell KTVB legislators would not take the question.
They even used the words "shut up" at one point. And so, yes, she said, is this a lecture or a town hall?
There's an opportunity for you to stand up
Borrenpohl was first approached by Sheriff Bob Norris.
My name is Robert Norris. I'm the sheriff of this county. We're asking you to leave on video. Please get up or be escorted out.
Sheriff Norris asked her to leave, then grabbed her.
Please don't touch me. Please don't touch me. Please don't touch me.
Let's go. You're going to be escorted out. Let's go. Okay, I'm asking you to go. You want pepper spray?
Then Norris called in 3 unmarked security officers.
They said, do you want to get pepper sprayed?
Nobody knew who these people were that were assaulting her and pulling her away.
Who are these guys? Who are these guys? Show your badge. Who are you? Don't touch her.
They pulled her out of her seat.
And she wasn't doing anything threatening. She was sitting in her seat, not doing anything threatening.
And into the hallway while Sheriff Norris filmed. Kuntz and Signs Cremelis say the MC of the event spurred it on.
He called her a little girl multiple times. Also said, you know, your voice is useless or doesn't want to be heard here.
Look at this. This little girl is afraid to leave. She spoke up.
Kuntz and Signs Cremelis, as well as Coeur d'Alene police, say Borrenpohl was cited. The battery charge stems from allegations that she bit one of the security officers.
In my opinion, that sounds like self-defense.
Kootenai County Republican Central Committee posted on Facebook saying Borrenpohl was arrested and that she disrupted the town hall and vocally cheered for any DEI initiatives.
It was evident that dissent was
not being tolerated.
And I have reached out to Kootenai County Republican Central Committee, as well as the Kootenai County Sheriff's Office and Coeur d'Alene Police Department for comment. And the Idaho Democratic Party issued a statement also saying, quote, "It's a very sad day when a woman who voices dissent is physically dragged out of a public venue by unidentified men while the event moderator belittles and taunts her. Idaho deserves better." Yeah.
This is insanity in my point. I don't give a shit if politics, schmolitics, what the fuck? This is crazy. Just absolute craziness. You know, I welcome people taunting me. You don't fucking remove people because I'm sorry, but like, it's just, I don't give a fuck. This is crazy. Put your hands on me. Put your fucking hands on me, motherfucker. And then guys come up to me with no badges. No, who the fuck are you? Why are you touching me? I hope she shoots the fuck out of them. Dude, everybody, I'm sorry, but I just believe in our right. Like, who the fuck do you think you are? Like, I have a different opinion than you. Awesome. I will say that Teresa, it has her listed as a politician. So, like, it does say that she's a politician. You guys, that just looks like soccer moms. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yelling at the official, like, my kid just got nailed. And, like, soccer mom's going at it. But no, here, you know, it's just, woo. It's just Idaho. It's just Idaho. Idaho's on full display. It happens everywhere. But we're just picking on Idaho, I guess. The people that sat around and just did nothing. Like, why aren't we just saying, like, hey, let's just everyone try to de-escalate the situation? You know what I mean? Like, everybody just literally sat around and watched this. And that just, like, reminds me of just, like, you guys took out your phones and you started recording. So now let's think about the Idaho4 case. You don't think that everybody who had their phones out recording for like anything and everything that would have been going on over there? That's why people's Snapchats are missing for 5 fucking hours straight. Dave's Snapchat's missing with all the Snapchat history. It's just, yeah, no. Oh my God. She was there to cause chaos and met her match. So, there to cause chaos. Like, everybody, you guys, everybody in there was like being wild, hooting and hollering, and I don't think that one person in there was just, that's the sole person that was acting like that. I don't see that at all. I just think that that's how they handle it there in Idaho. Hey, what's up, Boston? What's up, Boston? Anyways, moving on to, where do we stand, Lana? What's going on? Idaho4, well, by God. Vicka Barlow added, so Vicka Barlow be admitted pro hac vice in this case, and that Ann Taylor serve as local counsel, whose attendance shall be required in all court proceedings in which Vicka Barlow appears, unless specifically excused by the court. It is further ordered that co-counsel Elisa Massif will remain in her position as trial counsel. Co-counsel Jay Logston will remain as consulting counsel, but will not participate as trial counsel. Now, why is this important? I'm going to tell you why this is important. Okay. This is important because who is going to question somebody on the stand and going to be able to turn around so quickly and say, XYZ? And to me, that's why Vicka Barlow has been added. Vicka Barlow has to be, or anybody that in the situation because of this case, has to be so on their toes, who can basically, like, you can only do so much. If I have to learn from you to say, hey, this is how it should be, and then when this person says this, you already know what your comeback is to that because you know all this information. That's why Vicka Barlow is so important. So that's what's happening here. Because I noticed that it's like Ann Taylor's asking these questions, pulling out to get this information. We're trying to get this information, right? But when we're getting the information, I need to be able to come back and say, well, so since you did, XYZ, Vicka Barlow's quick on her feet. She knows the material. She knows how things should be. And so therefore, when somebody says something, she's going to know, immediately, okay, then this should have happened, and then that's not there. You're not going to be able to bullshit, okay? It's going to be able to be called out. Jay is going to be, he's just consulting, but he's not going to be participating in trial in terms of doing any direct examination or cross. Anybody out there that's telling you that Ann Taylor is not on the ticket anymore is absolutely fucking a moron. In order for Vicka Barlow to even do this, she has to ride Ann Taylor's license, and that's exactly what this says. So Creme 2, like I said, horrible reporting. I gotta just loosen myself because it's just crazy. Yeah, there you go, Rachel. Laws of evidence, whether demonstrative or real evidence, it must be authenticated with the chain of custody for each evidentiary item for it to be considered even audible in court. Well, that's where it's going to come interesting because there is no chain of custody right now on so many things. Because my understanding of reading a lot of the material is that the FBI did so much of the work and they didn't turn it over. And so when do they think, I want to know what anybody's going to be testifying to. I took audible, yeah, admissible, audible, like you're talking about it to be even. So I had you there, Rachel. Hippler had every answer. Hippler answered for the police, for law enforcement. That's what I saw. In fact, I've done a shit ton of research since I've been laid up. I can't use my voice, but now that I can, I want everybody to see this right here. And I want everybody to understand that Hitler's lost his mind. I have no problem saying this because it's in, we didn't get to see this. But it's right here on page 128. I'm going to zoom in. And you're not going to hear this from mainstream media. You're not going to hear this from people. But on page 4, when Hippler says, in his order, that basically why the size of the SNP would double, it's like nothing to see here. That's not what was testified to. What was testified to here is more so public trust, but reliability. He said, Mr. Howard, you mentioned the size of the 2 SNP profiles for GEDmatch Pro and Family Tree DNA. 550,000 or 650,000 seem to be the maximum. If you had a case where you produced a file to upload, an upload file, and it had, let's say, 600 in it, could you take that text file and turn it into twice that big? Okay. Answer. I'm not sure how we would do that. No. An important note here that was just IMF's policy. We generated upload files specific to each one of the databases. And that's the number we had within our bioinformatic package. That's not necessarily what would be true of others. That being said, if theoretically we were to deliver our upload file to our client and it say had 500,000 SNPs on it, I don't know of a mechanism to add SNPs in that manner without going back to our raw data. Now let's talk. So, Becca Barlow is a legend in San Francisco. It's absolutely true. Absolutely. And Becca Barlow was one of the experts, but she's also 30 years experience with law. And I just believe that when you actually read these questions and you see how Ann Taylor was like, it's just like, if Becca Barlow was to ask these questions, we're going to get somewhere, especially on the quick like this. But right here, it is proven right here in 128 and 129 of these transcripts. It's proven that this man is saying, I have no idea how you could possibly double the size, because what Ann Taylor said is we have SNPs that Othram, so Idaho State Police, they're in their lab and poof, here we go. We got the sheath and we got this DNA and it's a male and here we go. We're going to send it to Othram and they're going to do IgG work. And so Othram does the SNP work. And so they have it, and it's for just like easy math purposes. Let's just say it's 1, the number 1. Then they are working on it from November 22nd until December 10th. And then all of a sudden, halt, stop, don't do any more work on it. By the way, it would have never resulted in the name Brian Kober. But here it's then sent We're supposed to send it to the FBI. Okay. And then Ann Taylor saying the FBI had then, we have no idea how, but the FBI had a double SNP. So they had two. So just for easy math purposes. Now they're sitting with an SNP profile that is 2, double the size. And so the question is how did that happen? Have you ever heard of anything like this? And right here, Homie G says, I'm not sure how we would do that. No. Then continues to exactly read, what I just said. And it says, I don't know of a mechanism to add SNPs in that manner without going back to our raw data, which means ding, ding, ding. What raw data did the FBI go off of? What raw data was given to the FBI to then use their lab to make their SNP profile that was double the size? It couldn't have been the same one as what they're saying. You didn't use what we gave you. Does anybody care about that? Because then what that means is that how do we know that you're using the raw data from the fucking sheet? We have no idea what was given to the FBI because there's no, at least for right now, I don't have it. They may have it, but what's been given to the public is we have no idea. Does everybody understand that? And I just want to say, okay, hey, if you would have had to go back to the raw data, that means the FBI started from scratch. I mean, I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand it. And from a way that you're reading this, how can anybody sit here and say that now Judge Hippler then falsely quotes when he says that there was nothing to see here. He says, that there wasn't an issue with that. There we go. Hold on, I want to use this. He says that after everybody testified that there wasn't an issue. And it's like, what are you talking about? I just read that's not what happened in the courtroom. That's not what happened at all in the courtroom. What happened in the courtroom, so right here. There is no evidence that in developing the larger SNP profile, the FBI targeted or even had access to those SNPs that can reveal sensitive health information. But you guys, that's not what the testimony is even about. The testimony was about the work was ceased from here, Othram, you're not doing any more work, okay? But we want you to take the SNP. This is your SNP file, okay? And you're sending it to the FBI. And so what they testified to is that there is no way to take the SNP, and double it in size. You can't do that, okay? You would have to go back to the raw data, which has never been testified to that Moscow Police Department sent raw data to the FBI. I just don't want to real quick. So here, this is what they were trying to get to, which is, so listen to how this is wild. Okay. Hippler says, just to make sure everybody's on the same page, is me with like that, what was testified to is that, hey, we're off him over here. You told us to not do anything more. And here we're sending the SMP file to the FBI to then they're going to continue the work. Okay. There is no way that the SNP file that was at, like, let's just use the number 1, that it became a number 2. I mean, it was double the size. There's no way that was possible. No, thank you. So I wanted to read this more, and I was like, okay, like, I want to understand this. So the IgG was first performed by Othram Labs, a company with which the Idaho Department of Purchasing had an existing contract for such work. And this costed $9,500 to do. So what are you going to get? $9,500, right? That's what they were charged. So I'm like, what the okay. So you did some work. You know what I mean? So here, this is where Othram was asked to develop an SNP profile from the Q1.1, that's the raw data, upload to those public genealogy databases permitting law enforcement entry and submit a preliminary report of its findings. Well, right there, I think that that's wrong the way he's saying that. Othram was not asked to ascertain medical information. You know where that comes up? That's in the testimony that the state, which if I was Ann, I would have objected to outside the scope because we didn't even talk about that. Or if I'm Ann, I've learned my lesson, but we're not, I get where she was going with this, but the important part is to say we have no chain of custody on any of this stuff, right? This is a suppression hearing as much as it is for the Franks too. So my point is that how in the world is it not an issue to a judge that would want to ask the question, yeah, how did the FBI double the size? Basically, the answer is that there's no way that you use the Othram SNPs. Okay? This would mean that it had to create it from scratch. Okay? This means that the Moscow Police Department or Idaho State Lab, who had this raw data file of like, here, this is the raw data file of Q1.1, okay? Q1.1. We have to give this to the FBI for them to then develop their own SNP, okay? And in the lab that they're going to use, okay? There is no way that, so then my question is, well, how the fuck do we know what the FBI was given as this raw data? You know, here I want to see it compared to the raw data that was given to Othram to make sure it's the same damn, is it a match? Like, are you guys working with the same thing? Right? That makes sense? So here, Judge Hippler then says, he says, Othram was not asked to ascertain medical information associated with Q1.1, nor is there any evidence it tested for such. And law enforcement did not obtain a warrant for Othram's work. And the Idaho State Police delivered Q1.1 to Othram on November 22nd, 2022. And, like, we're talking about the FBI here. Remember, though, whoever drove it from Moscow Police Department to Boise, because then it was escorted with somebody once Boise to Houston, but I want to know who was in it from. So then here, Okay, great. Othram developed an S&P profile from Q1.1 and searched family tree DNA in GEDmatch Pro. This work revealed 4 brothers of interest, okay, all of whom were low matches to Q1.1. To further its family tree building, Othram asked the Idaho State Police to contact one of the identified, okay, which based on, again, all the interim policy would have been saying you're supposed to be doing this with the warrants, guys. But the best part about it is me and Bella were talking. She goes, Lana, why is everybody in Idaho not thinking that the cops are real, basically, okay? But so here we go, ready? On December 10th, there was this big meeting. Okay, there's this big meeting, but nobody knows why. We're going to have this big meeting, and nobody knows the reason that we're going to have Othram cease work. But hey, guess what? We want you to send everything that you've done, including the SNP, and we're going to have the FBI continue the work that you've already started, right? So here's my question. How did the size double? After the testimony, I'm a lay person. I'm on a jury, and I hear that the testimony was, well, I have no idea how that would double. SNP, it wouldn't, there's no way to double that. There's no mechanism for that. So where is that being cited in here? Let's see. Well, on December 10th, 2022, members of law enforcement, including the FBI, had a meeting to discuss Othram's work. As a result, a decision was made to turn the IGG work over to the FBI. See how he says it like that? The IGG work. What does that mean? That would be you mean to turn over the SNP, Hitler. That same day, Othram was instructed to stop work and turn over its SNP profile and search results to the Idaho State Police. No, that's not true, you guys. In the testimony, he testifies that the FBI provided an email address. Like, what the fuck are you people talking about? He was said... We'll come back to that to show you that no. So here, then, so there's Hitler saying that then Othram did so, along with a preliminary report of its findings. The preliminary report did not contain any medical information associated with the SNP profile. The Idaho State Police then turned the information over to the FBI, which was able to use Othram's profile to develop a significantly larger SNP profile. Hitler, yes, exactly. How did they do that, Dal? How did that happen? When the guy testified that couldn't have happened. Do you understand this? And how? This is what Ann Taylor is saying we need. This is absurd. The testimony is, and then here he's doing his little freaking footers. There is no evidence that in developing the larger SNP profile, the FBI targeted. Wait, do you see how he twisted this? That's not what this was about. This wasn't about that they targeted anything. This was simply about that it's impossible to double the SNP, but yet somehow it happened. So how did that happen? How did that happen, Hitler? It's a fact. The fact is that it doubled, and the testimony is that it couldn't have doubled. The testimony is that the Idaho, or is that Othram's SNP sample could not have doubled. That's the testimony we got on page 128 and 129. How does Hitler write in his order here? How does he write this shit? How does he not see to himself, wait a second, the guy's here testifying. The guy's here saying that that's impossible. You can't take an S&P and double it in size. You'd have to start from raw scratch daddy. You understand? So I'm curious, is Hitler not hip to what the fuck is going on? Or is he making excuses? Because it seems like he doesn't get it with his own footer. Sorry guys, I'm hungry. $100 Carbon. Good to see ya. Good to see you in chat, love. You guys, this is just really, really pissing me off because it's in the documents. When I say the documents, it's in the transcripts. The guy is on the stand, and Ann Taylor asks a very straightforward question, and she says, Mr. Hellwig, you mentioned the size of 2 S&P profiles for GEDmatch Pro and Family Tree DNA. Okay. Question. If you had a case where you had produced a file to upload, an uploaded file here, and it had, let's say, 600,000, for your S&Ps, whatever the hell she's trying to say, like, could you take that text file and turn it into twice that big? Fuck that link, Miss Potts. I'm just kidding, Miss Potts. Let's see. And the guy's answer is simply, I'm not sure how we would do that. No. And then goes into way more of an explanation about it and says, an important note here, his words, an important note here is that was just IMF's policy. We generated upload files specific to each one of its databases, and that's the number we had within our, bioinformation package, blah, blah. That's not necessarily what we would be true of others. But that being said, you guys, he says, but that being said, theoretically, we were to deliver our upload file to our client and it had 500,000 S&Ps on it. I don't know of a mechanism to add S&Ps in that manner without going back to our raw data. That means, ladies and gentlemen, that whatever the FBI did, they started from scratch. They did not start from the Othram's S&P and double it in size. Okay? But the point is that Judge Hippler is the one that chose not to have this public, right? And even after having the transcripts, being able to review the audio, being able to listen to everything, because this man has a hard time listening. He already thinks he knows the answer before the question's coming, or right when the question's coming, he already has the answer, okay? But the bottom line is this man testified that is not possible for Othram to have just, let's use the number 100 S&Ps, and for somehow then the sample or the S&Ps that they have, that it doubled in size. It's not possible. You can't add to it. You can't add to it, right? And so it's very simple. What had happened was, Hippler, right? The FBI didn't work from Othram's file. The FBI worked from scratch. And now it's very important to know what raw data the FBI was given to then make their own S&Ps. You understand? Which means until I see that what Othram had and what the FBI had is the same damn piece of raw data, because Othram was never going to come to Brian Koberger with with the data that they had, when I'm talking about the data, I'm talking about the raw data. With the DNA that Othram had, it was never coming back to Brian Koberger. So what raw data did the FBI have where they're picking out double the size of SNPs? And then what should throw everybody off here is Judge Hippler's footer. There is no evidence that in developing the larger S&P profile, the FBI targeted or even had access to those SMPs that can reveal sensitive health information. There's no evidence of shit, Hippler, because they haven't turned over anything. There's no work. And I just want to know, how can you come to any type of conclusions on anything in life? Like, you come home from work and you have two twin toddlers and they both have a red marker in their hand. And there's red marker all over the wall. Which toddler colored all over the wall? Not ready for this one? Now, you come home from work and there's red marker all over the wall. None of your toddlers have red marker in their hands. Who colored all over the wall? Well, there's no evidence that anybody colored all over the wall. Well, yeah, there is. There's evidence because there's red marker all over the fucking wall. Somebody colored all over that fucking wall. Right? There's evidence that an SMP doubled in size. We don't know what's in it. And us proving to you that it doubled in size, that's alone enough. Just like the wall having red marker all over it, that's enough to know that somebody colored on the wall. I mean, it's there. So we have to inquire further to find out what the fuck happened, right? Isn't that what you do? But here, Judge Hippler has the answer. He has the answer. And the answer is this. The answer is that the Idaho State Police then turned over the information over to the FBI, which was able to use Othram's profile to develop a significantly larger SMP profile. Nobody knows how, because the person that testified said that that's not possible. Then Hippler says the FBI uploaded the larger SMP profile to multiple genetic genealogy databases. By the way, that's not what happened, though. That the Idaho State Police turned over, yes, correct, to the FBI, which was able to use Othram's profile to develop a significantly larger SMP profile. See how it says turned over the information? Turned the information over to the FBI? What information? Which was able to use Othram's profile. So if you're using Othram's profile, remember, Othram didn't make the Q1.1. Okay? Othram didn't make the Q1.1. The Q1.1 came from the Idaho State lab, which is the raw DNA data that's saying, motherfuckers, this is the data, this is the DNA that's on the sheet. The 95.51, which is the name of that one, that's the SNP. The FBI uploaded the larger SMP profile to multiple genetic genealogy databases, including GEDmatch and MyHeritage, which purport to disallow law enforcement searches. At the time, the FBI had a quote-unquote interim policy Do you see how it just does not get answered? How did the S&P double, Hippler? It's like it doesn't matter. And it most certainly matters. Because they don't just double in size. There's no way to do that. There's no way to take a fucking sample that you already created and add to it. On the one hand, the interim policy required that investigative agencies conduct IgG searches in genetic genealogy databases permitting law enforcement use. However, on the other hand, the interim policy also stated it was intended only as internal guidance and did not impose any legal restrictions on investigative agencies, noting. You guys, where is the, please help me. Where did Hippler answer the question, which is, how did this fucker double in size? Where is that at? Please point me to that direction. Where is it? From the information it acquired through the database search, the FBI was able to build a family tree and arrive at a potential match. On December 19th, 2022, the FBI provided defendant's name to Idaho law enforcement as a possible source of the DNA. The FBI instructed that the identification of defendant as a person of interest was to be considered solely as a tip. Do you understand, you guys, that the only way this is possible for them to start by scratch is that Moscow Police Department or Idaho State Lab, they had to have given the raw Q1.1 to the motherfucking FBI. And so when Jay Lawson says, well, I think Brian Kober definitely has an interest in what the FBI is doing with his DNA, that's what he's referring to. Like, because they weren't given, they didn't do their work from Othram's SNP. The FBI was given the Q1.1 raw data. Allegedly. That's the only way that this is possible. But there's no, where's the chain of custody on the fact that this was ever sent? The Q1.1 was sent to the FBI. Did anybody testify to that? No, they didn't. He gives no F's how it doubled. They found the match. That's all he hears. When I read this part, the 128 and 129 pages, I'm like, wow, this is exactly why Bicca Barlow is added to the docket. Because Bicca Barlow needs to argue this. Because Ann Taylor, and I'm not blaming her because she asked the question and the guy answered it. And he's like, no, you cannot double how the FBI could have doubled our SNP profile that we gave them. It's impossible. No, you can't. He's saying, I don't know of any mechanisms to do that, right? So Hippler doesn't ask, well, how did this happen? Instead, he, I don't know if you want to call it lies, but he says that there is no evidence that in developing the larger SNP profile, the FBI targeted or even had access to those SNPs. Motherfucker, why aren't you asking the question, how did they make an SNP profile? What did they use to make an SNP profile? What did the FBI use? You have to make sure that they're using, the whole point is that Othram was not gonna bring you to Brian Kohlberger. Woo, hello. Woohoo. So whatever DNA data they had, woohoo, right? But then the FBI, well, we don't know what data they use to create their SNP double the size, right? And then that's what led to Brian Kohlberger. But these two labs are supposed to be working with the same raw data. And I'm questioning because I want to know if the people that were on Brian Kohlberger's Othram fucking tree, if they would have ever even if they're so far, like their matches are so far down the road, they should still eventually be part of the family tree of Brian Kohlberger. You guys understand that? Just trying my best to break it down. Because I would need to put in my order that the FBI had the same raw data that Othram had. Right? Understand? We have to make sure that what the FBI was working with is the same raw data, aka the DNA from the knife sheath. Because if those four brothers aren't going to eventually end up even down so far down the road on Brian Kohlberger's family tree, then there's a huge fucking problem. Because I don't care that you used all these other databases that you shouldn't have used to get to Brian Kohlberger. The people that Othram had found through their fucking shit, and that's just so distant way out, if they don't ever sniff to be a third cousin or a fourth cousin or a sixth cousin, then what the fuck? Then we have a huge problem. How do we know that Othram is working with the same shit that the FBI was working with when we're talking about the DNA from actually the crime scene? So it's like this. If we're playing the game Survivor and we're giving you the same shit that we're giving Team A and Team B. First one to get to the fucking right answer wins, right? Here you go. But now if I give you guys a different, if I give both of the teams different shit, you're going to get to different answers. You have to make sure that that the FBI has the same thing that Othram had, because what it looks to me is A, Hitler missed the boat, because he doesn't even talk about the fact that this guy is testifying to saying that, well, whatever the FBI did, because remember the question goes back to Ann Taylor saying, what happened on December 10th? Hey, cease everything that you're doing. Stop. Why wouldn't you just continue letting them do whatever they were doing? If and in fact you were just going to start from scratch anyways. Think about that. If you have 120 investigators on this, hey, let them still go ahead and do their work. We already paid for it. We paid them $9,500 to do their job. The FBI is going to do it too. And, you know, why would you want someone, hey, stop, cease. Send everything that you have to the FBI. Why, if I was calling the shots, okay, yeah, I guess the FBI can work on it as well, you know, but why would we have Othram stop? And anybody that's in this business would know that, well, if you're sending me your SNP and I'm going to truly work from that profile, then yeah, I would need that, I guess. I mean, but if I'm going to completely start from scratch, I don't need your shit. But why do I need you to stop working? Because you're going to come to two different fucking answers, you guys. That's why. You're going to come to two different conclusions. Which you're going to do what then? It's going to make, so now, if I'm Ann Taylor, why wouldn't I argue that the FBI is rolling with not Brian Covert? Like, the FBI was rolling with a, how do we know the FBI isn't rolling with completely different, because now I know for a fact, okay, that based on when the FBI got it on December 10th, allegedly, they already had the name Brian Covert. Yeah, but you cannot email raw data. 100. Yeah. You can't do a lot of things that they're just saying that they're doing, and like this stuff takes time. Remember? This stuff takes time. Be patient. Well, the testimony, like, that we're going to get into here is insanity. What they want us to, like, so I try to just break this down in something that it's not like you have to know, like, so take the, you don't have to know all about DNA. It just understanding this. When Othram, so the Idaho State Lab, they swabbed the sheath. Okay, so here, this might help people. I'm a visual learner. Okay, here's the crime scene. Hitler basically shat all over chain of custody because he said all of them just did it together. So this is your crime scene, okay? Here's our crime scene. 11/13. Then, right, now, we have Idaho State Police, but before this, we have Brett Payne. He finds the sheath. Okay, oopsies. He finds the sheath. Then the Idaho State Police, they have a lab, and they took this to Boise, allegedly. They took the sheath. The sheath's in Boise. Transported. Now, you're going to swab this sheath. And what was determined, and we're doing this in Boise, okay? And it was determined not to do the top button part of it because it's for finger. We're going to leave that to see if we can dust for fingerprints, okay? We find out that there's also blood on the sheath, okay? So then I have it that on November 20th, this is when they find that there's DNA and that it's male. And that they decide that they're going to send it then on November 22nd to Othram. But they decide this, and this was Bill Thompson involved. So then what happened is somebody from really strange, but this DNA guy had to go to Boise, and then from Boise went with a cop to Houston. Okay, the one of the DNA guy that testified. Okay, he went to Boise, and when he got to Boise, he traveled then with the Q1.1 raw data to Houston. Then they're in Houston, this Q1.1 raw data. Okay. And they upload it and they make an S&P that says just say the size of 500,000. Okay. Now they have this from sometime after November 22nd all the way to December 10th. This is when that big meeting happened. Now, think about the course of the investigation between November 22nd. Okay, what happens? Well, November 25th, they put the BOLO out. But when did they go and get the WSU to preserve the cameras in and around WSU's campus, to preserve the cameras that would have been from 2:44 a.m. until 5:33 a.m.? Who did that? When did that happen? Here's the BOLO. They find Brian. But nobody makes a big deal about that, right? Nobody knows about that. So while they make this SNP, then they upload the SNP. Okay. Again, not sure on the dates, but they upload the SNP to, here we go. These are allowed, GEDmatch Pro. What was the other one? The two that are allowed, the databases that are allowed. And, oh wait, we have these 4 brothers. So much so that we're going to involve Vicky Gooch again. Vicky Gucci Coochie and this DNA guy. Okay. They're then, because this one of the brothers, hey, we want him to spit into a tube, upload it, so for whatever. And we don't have a date with any of this stuff, but I'm sure, Ann Taylor's asking questions. But they didn't believe that it was real. Then the guy says, go piss off. Okay. And she was trying to ask, when was that? How close was that to December 10th? How close was that to December 10th? I don't know. Okay. Now, let's talk about what the snap is made out of. It's made out of brass, right? Brass and everything that I've looked at, it degrades the DNA very quickly. Hours to days. When did you think that you're going to swab this and be able to truly lift DNA from underneath that button? Because it wasn't on the top. It was underneath it. Okay. So we're over here dealing with these 4 brothers. Vicky Gooch and some DNA guy are calling up and around, and it's just a fucking shit show. But even if they would have continued on this path, okay, they were on the wrong branch of what? The wrong tree? Because you ain't never getting to Brian Koberger. But here on December 10th now, because they've been communicating, but somebody was like, listen, we need them to stop doing what they're doing. And that's why Ann Taylor said, how soon, where does this whole thing come into calling and getting these people to participate and they're not gonna, and okay, shut it down and send everything to the FBI. And Ann Taylor said, why? What was the purpose? We have this meeting and nobody says why we're going to do this. They're lying. This is insanity. So here, okay, we have our S&P that's 500,000. And all we're going to do is we have our preliminary report. And we have 4 brothers. third cousins or something like that, like just whatever. And it's $9,500. There's our bill. But all of that was done before November, because this was all on the November bill. So this was all done before November 30th to be on the November bill. So what is the December bill? Or was there not one? Okay. So I just keep asking myself, I'm like, okay, so then what happens? Well, we have this S&P, 500,000. We got to get it on over because Hitler thinks that then the FBI took this on. And a guy just testified and said, well, in order for this to double in size and be, let's just say, 1 million, just using this just to so double the number. Wait, but there's no way to double this. You can't double this. And the guy said, raw, yeah, go back to you got to do that from the raw data. You're going to have to, if we have an S&P that's 1,500,000, and this was ours that we sent to them, and you think that this became this, that's not possible. So I have to ask you the question. And they're saying, well, if the FBI was just going to start from scratch to begin with, right? Why does any of this have to cease? Exactly. Eat a bag of dick says, who just dials up a person possibly tied to a quadruple homicide and says, can you start spitting for us? So here we are thinking, okay, now in order for the FBI to start from scratch, so this is where we would have been on December 10th. And now this is where Becca Barlow and Leah Larkin come in and just literally drop motherfucking bombs, which is saying, okay, they made this decision. Where is this Q11? Where's this raw data? Where's the trip to the FBI? Who did what? What the fuck are you guys all talking about? How does the FBI, where's the FBI? How do they get the raw data? Have you guys have read these? Can somebody point me to where the raw data was talked about? Why was the decision made for the FBI to take this over and not let Ortham finish? I don't know. I can't speak to that. In that meeting, there was nothing stated about why we are going to go do this. I don't recall specific reasons, but they had asked us to transfer everything to the FBI. My question is how does that happen? To transfer everything? Okay. Did you take a look at the two profiles? The FBI's S&P profile and Otham's S&P profile? Have you ever looked at those? Did we look at those or did I look at those? Did you? I did not. No. Have you ever seen them? No. Would it surprise you to know the FBI profile was over twice as big as Otham's? Again, I have no knowledge of what the FBI did or didn't do. I had no knowledge or ... Yeah. That wasn't the question. The question was, and so Anne here, I'm just not a fan of this. The question was, again, would it surprise you to know the FBI profile was over twice as big as Otham's? I would have been like, well, what profile? The S&P profile? Well, we sent them the this is the issue because I want to know like how this happened. So But Ann says, well, how involved were you with the FBI's process of their genetic genealogy? Well, I was not involved, other than to provide the samples to where they asked us to send those samples to. And then from that point, I was not involved in the process. Have you become aware that they search databases that are not allowed to be searched by law enforcement? Pure speculation is all I know, but I have no firsthand knowledge of anything. The document that gave recommendations for you to call some of the 4 brothers, where is that? So I believe that that was provided to us over the phone. I don't think there was like an official report. I don't think there was an email. I think it was names provided, over the phone. And then those names were actually provided as part of that report that came several days after the conclusion of testing. What? Okay. So you recognized those names from that report? And gets them a little bit there, I think. Yes, those had been provided to us before. What, these brothers' names? The work that you were doing before trying to call one of the brothers, where did you keep your documents for that? As far as the records that, I'm sorry, I'm confused with the question. Well, let me ask it better. You did some work, research, before you and Detective Gooch made the phone call to one of the brothers and had kind of built out a family tree and did some other research. Where did you keep that? Those were paper copies, and those were just retained and then sent to Othram as part of us communicating back to them. Basically saying, this is the work we did. We're providing these back to you in case they're helpful as you continue to build out the family trees. Do you still have a copy of those? Yes. Did you document your attempt to get a voluntary sample from one of the brothers? I do not believe so. So just no report. Do you know if Detective Gooch wrote a police report about that? I do not know. Did she provide any of her notes to you? Her investigative notes? Not to me. I don't know if she kept notes. Okay. Did you watch her write anything down? I did not. But we were, basically over the phone. So it would be hard to see that, right? Have you turned over your work with the genetic genealogy? The help you were giving, Othram. Have you turned that over to the prosecutor? I have not turned over physical copies of anything. I believe that our agency complied with the discovery request. I don't know exactly what was provided as part of that discovery request. Certainly, it is in an email document from me to Othram Laboratories. And as such, I would assume that would have gone as part of the discovery request. Are you talking about the discovery request from us, the defense? I'm not exactly sure. We were just asked to comply. We know that at any point our emails are discoverable. And I believe the way that ISP handles discovery requests, large discovery requests especially, is it to do a quote, an email pull of anything that might be related to the case. I think that area that I'm concerned about, and I do have a lot of emails, so thank you for that, but the procedures and protocols for Othram that you know about, that you've read, where are they? Okay, and any of the work that Othram did in getting from DNA sample all the way down to S&P profile, where are they? Why do you think Ann Taylor is asking for this? because she doesn't have it. He says, where is the documentation of that? I do not have that documentation. That was not provided to us, to my knowledge. And I don't know everything that was provided back to the laboratory potentially. But to my knowledge, we were not provided with that information. She's asking, any of the work that Othram did in getting from DNA sample all the way down to S&P. Okay, so here's your Q1.1. Now to get to the SNP. Okay. Well, would Othram have it? Potentially. I don't know. You guys, why is the work so important? This is why Vicka Barlow has joined the staff. So then here's me saying $9,500 for what then? What work were they working on? And that was the bill that was during the November period. So if they had it all the way to December 10th, what was the bill from December 1st to December 10th? Like, your bills are always itemized. Like, what the fuck's going on here? Like, what type of contract are we running with? Okay, I don't know. And your documents. Some went to Othram, but you still have no copy. I do. Then we get to this part, which is when she calls Vicka. That's the ISP guy. And then she calls her own witness, and he's just like, wait, this shit doubled? How did it double? Like, it's not going to double. Okay. And then we go to Leah Larkin. And right here is a little spoiler. She says, she takes a little bit of a blow at CeCe Moore. Well, okay. All right. Let's talk about this case. Were you brought on to help us in this case? Yes, I was brought on to help you interpret and understand what was done in terms of the genetic genealogy for this case. What did you look at to do that? Answer. Well, it's been a bit of a struggle getting all of the material I would like to look at. So I have seen basically photos of a giant kind of poster scroll of a family tree that I believe the FBI built at Ancestry.com. Okay. I've seen pictures of a whiteboard that sounds like me, in which they sort of like hand wrote on the whiteboard a descendant's name or a descendant's tree or decedent's tree. So basically looking at some ancestors and mapping out the decedent lines leading to certain DNA matches. I've seen communication between, in some cases, I can see who the recipients are, and in some I can't, but I've seen a lot of email communications about the case. Do you want me to go on? No. In the course of your work, to try to help us understand what happened here, did you learn that first Othram worked on the case and then the FBI took over? Yes. So, Othram, I believe they were contracted based on the on the invoice I've seen. And she says invoice as in just one invoice. I've seen they were contracted to do the lab work. So to actually generate an SMP profile, upload it to GEDmatch Pro and Family Tree DNA, presumably through the approved portals. And then I believe they were contracted to do the genetic genealogy. But they were told to stop work, I believe on December 10th. And I've seen the preliminary report they wrote. All right. Have you had a chance to look at what happened after December 10th? So, after December 10th, there were some email communications between the one I think was most interesting to me, had the names redacted, and it contained screenshots. So, just to backtrack a little, the Othram report reported 2 main DNA matches. One of them shared 70.7 centimorgans of DNA. The court reporter, I'm sorry, 70.7? Yeah. The other one I think was 60. And Othram's report specifically said those are low matches, very low matches. They are. I could tell you that. Othram figured out how those two people were related to one another. Okay. I believe they were third cousins to one another. And based on how much DNA they shared with the crime scene profile, they thought that the individual who contributed the crime scene profile was a descendant from the second great grandparent of those two matches. A man named Redacted. A man. So let's get this right here. And based on how much DNA they shared with the crime scene profile, they thought that the individual who contributed the crime scene profile. K Miller, what's up, baby? Okay. Look at this. Who contributed the crime scene profile was a descendant from the second great grandparent of those two matches. A man named Blank and his wife Blank. All right, is that right? I believe were their names. And they were born in the blank. And they were born in the what? In the United States, what? When Othram quit work, were they following a family tree that they could have led and came to Brian Kohberger? Yes. So, which is interesting. Yes. So, based on my initial review of what they did, so I'm confused by the yes. Yes. So, based on my initial review of what they did, the crime scene profile was most likely a descendant from Redacted and Redacted, or perhaps from one of their siblings. It's hard to tell with DNA because it's not all third cousins share exactly the same amount of DNA. Some share more, some less. It's just kind of a statistic. It's a game you play. The couple had redacted children. And so there conceivably could have been hundreds of descendants of this couple. I haven't seen the full tree. I've just seen they had redacted children. Othram chose one of those children and had tracked down, I believe, grandchildren, and there were 4 brothers. They recommended testing one of the brothers to get more DNA, to get a closer handle on where their crime scene profile might fit into that family. So when Othram stops there and the FBI takes over, you told us you saw something from Ancestry.com. Would you have expected to see any other kind of file with that file? So this was basically like a giant poster-sized printout of information from that family tree. A family tree, when you build one at Ancestry, it's stored in a specific kind of data format, or more precisely, you can download the file in a specific type of data format called GEDCOM. And it's a universal file format for genealogy trees. So you could take a GEDCOM file and you could open it up in its standalone software on your laptop. You could upload it to different genealogy company. I have a GEDCOM file for every single client case that I do. When I'm finished with the adoptee case, I basically give my client the GEDCOM file so they have a record of all the work that I did. And I would have expected the FBI to have that as well. But they did not turn that over. Oh. You didn't see one of those? I did not see one of those, no. Question. Knowing that Othram finished their work on December 10th, and then the FBI took over, and we've heard that by December 19th, 9 days later, they'd made an identification. Is that significant to you? Yeah. Well, why? Well, because Othram's matches were, as in their own words in their report, those matches were low. They were recommending testing these 4 brothers, redacted, brothers, to get more information. If you went out and if you approached those men, and even if one of them said, yes, you can test my DNA, the testing itself would have taken some time. Getting a kit to a person, getting the spit, sending it into the lab, having it analyzed. And it wouldn't have led to the crime scene profile because it was the wrong family branch. What? It was the wrong family branch. So going from low matches to an ID, or at least a tip, whatever they were calling it, within 9 days, that right there told me they had gone into a database they were not supposed to be in. Were there other ways that you were able to confirm your belief? Yes. What was that? So one of them, in one of those email, says, oopsies. In one of their email communications, I believe this is the one that had both the sender and recipient redacted. There were screenshots from GEDmatch, and I believe it said, so there were screenshots. How do I put this? In GEDmatch, GEDmatch has a very open system. So if you are in GEDmatch and I am in GEDmatch, and let's say we were cousins, I could go in and look at my kit and I would see you in my match list. But I could also go into your kit and see me in your match list. GEDmatch is just a super open database in that way. Any kit in the system that is public, you can see their matches. The one exception, however, is that if there are forensic kits, which is law enforcement, in the database, and I am a layperson, and I'm looking at a layperson kit, I can't see the forensic kits. They are invisible to me. But there is an email communication that has a match list from the perspective of somebody who only used the initials SC. I have no idea what this person's real name is. In the database, they are called SC. This screenshot, so think about from text messages standpoint. You could tell if the screenshot's from you or if it's from the person that you're communicating with, depending on the screenshot, I'd be able to tell that. So this screenshot is taken from the perspective of SC. So it's a screenshot as at the person SC, that's their profile. So this screenshot is taken from the person of SC, and there is a match to the forensic profile from SC's perspective. We're going to do our read through, but again, guys, this is just, I'm not reading these per se. I want to just show you guys my perspective of this. So we're still, me and Bella be doing our read through. So everybody has been talking about who's SC, what's up, you know? And so this tells me that the forensic profile was uploaded through the regular GEDmatch portal and not the GEDmatch Pro forensic portal because it should not have been visible to SC. So now this is where it gets super interesting because I thought to myself, right, that, okay, well, I'm going to finish and I'll tell you. And the email says, this one's ours. This one's ours. This one's ours. Okay. And the other thing is that GEDmatch will also tell you how many days a kit has been in their system. And for that kit, for the match to SC, it had been in the database for 1 day. But Othram had uploaded it, I'm not sure exactly when, but I would say 6 to 7 to 8 days prior. So it should not have said the kit was only 1 day old. Okay. So based on that email and what you saw, it confirmed your belief that the FBI used a non-allowed right. So that was one. There were several lines of evidence. That was one of them that stood out to me early on that they uploaded through the lay person portal of GEDmatch so that they could see all the people that were opted out. Now, there were a couple of other matches. One of them was actually 250 centimorgans, which is something we get excited about in genealogy. And one of them was, I think, was closer to 70 that were not in the Othram report. And this is what made me go absolutely bonkers. This one. If Othram had seen the one who shared 250 centimorgans, that would have been in their report. Like, their genealogists are good. They know what they're doing. They would not have ignored a 250 centimorgan match. And based on those other two matches, at that point, I was pretty sure they had gone into the MyHeritage database. While you were reviewing, so basically they're saying with that other 71 here is what I think she's saying that was why she thinks that they went into this other database because the 70 wasn't on Othram's report. Okay. And I want to know if it could be for something else as well. But at that point, I was pretty sure that they had gone into MyHeritage database. Question. While you were reviewing this information, so you could learn and try to figure out what happened here, did you have any ability to call anybody from the FBI and say, hey, what is going on? I don't know who did the genealogy work at the FBI. Why is that? It's not in the information that we received. Is that the part that was redacted? I don't know if it was redacted or if we just never got it. So there was that one email that had a redacted sender and a redacted recipient. Presumably, those were the people doing the genealogy work. But other than that, I have no idea who did the genealogy work at the FBI. Are there any other ways you know the FBI went where they were not supposed to go? There was one piece of information in the discovery material that I did review. I believe we asked them to turn over the match lists. And they were like, we can't turn over the whole match list because it was 20,000 people. Bill Thompson. And that actually, Bill, and that right there was a big tip off Because if they had only used GEDmatch Pro and only used family tree DNA, I think at most they would have gotten to about 10,000. So that right there tipped me off that they were in a database that they should not have been able to be in. During the course of our work to try to understand what happened here, did you assist us with reviewing documentation and teaching us what else should have been there that we needed to ask for? What specifically? Well, about the databases they went in and the match list and rights. So we've talked about what you see in a match list. We've talked about the fact that you can download the match list at Family Tree DNA. There's just a click button to download it, and you'll get a CSV file, which you can open in a word processor or you can open in a spreadsheet program. At GEDmatch, you can also get the whole match list. So you would have gotten that. I tend to do that for my clients just so if I'm not online, I can still work through their materials and I can report that back to them. And did you testify in a motion to compel hearing to try to get this information so we could tell and confirm what you believed about the FBI? Going into a non-allowed database? Yeah. And do you know if sometime after that we received confirmation that they did? We did finally get a letter from the FBI in which, so we specifically asked to know which of the matches were in which of the databases, and they did not tell us that. But they did give us a list of the databases they had uploaded to, and it included Family Tree DNA, GEDmatch Pro. Those are the 2 databases they're allowed to use. But it also listed GEDmatch, not GEDmatch Pro, but GEDmatch. They're not allowed to go into that regular GEDmatch portal. And then finally, they admitted they had uploaded to MyHeritage. Well, I do have one other question. What is Prometheus? I think that's how you say it. Oh, that is a third-party site. So it's not part of Ancestry. Not part of MyHeritage, actually. Well, MyHeritage ended up owning it now. It's a site where you can take the SMP profile that you get from any of the companies and upload it to the site, and it will basically look for medically informative SNPs in your profile, and it will do reports on them. I think it's like, I don't know, it's like a fee. It's like $12 or something. I have a question. Does Brian Culber have a sister with the initial S? Thank you, Joker. I just wanted somebody else to confirm that for the people in the back of the room. So it says, I think if you $12 something, and it will do a report of all of the SNPs that you have in your profile. If you had my SNP, you could do that and find out. And she says, yes, I can do it on, if somebody has done a genealogy test for $12, I can put it into the whatever system and get trait reports and health reports. How extensive is that information you could get? It's pretty comprehensive. I mean, you will get reams and reams of reports. I should say that how do I put this? There are a lot of traits that are controlled by multiple genes. And so she goes on to talk about all of this stuff. For example, you're going to be getting Alzheimer's, telling you about blah, blah, cancer, blah, blah. And she says, for $12, eh? Yes, thank you. That's all my question. Now, tell me what would be in here. We're going to talk a little bit more about it later, but how come this couldn't be known to the public? It's a full medical database, guys. Yeah, pretty kind of much, right? Let's take a look at this really quick. So the motions in limine. Motions in limine. Vicky Gooch just keeps popping up. Printing some properties. Oh boy. Matthew Gamut stands at his desk in the Idaho State Police Forensic Service Laboratory in Meridian, Idaho. Credit, Aaron Snell, Idaho State Police. Okay, there he is. Idaho State Police is using these new technologies to help agencies across the state solve cold cases and find violent homicide offenders, Gamut said. If someone uses a gun to commit a crime, the chances are that that person loaded bullets into the weapon. The heat and gases from the gun being fired make it nearly impossible to recover a fingerprint. A new instrument can now look at the oxidation of the metal and lift a fingerprint from the bullet cartridge even after the gun has been fired, Gamut says. It's a really exciting time in forensics. So, Matthew Gamut and Vicky Gooch in Idaho, right? Okay. Now, take a look at this, which is January 12, 2024, new technology helps forensic scientists, police do more with less DNA. The Idaho State Police Forensic Service Lab tests for DNA samples. The submission of rape kits for DNA collection is left entirely up to law enforcement discretion, and the submission rates vary widely among police departments in Idaho. A new federal grant is helping to solve cold cases. A grant from the Bureau of Justice Assistance recently gave Idaho State Police funds they are using to help solve cold cases. Advancements in DNA technology helped solve one Idaho woman's case that had hit a dead end. The new funding will help police solve more cases like hers. In 2003, a 19-year-old college student, Naomi, was kidnapped at a Walmart in Idaho. Police used only her first name when referring to the case to protect her identity. Her boyfriend at the time was stationed at the Air Force Base in Mountain Home. He had a cold, and she went to Walmart to purchase medicine for him. She ended up becoming a kidnapping rape victim by a set of circumstances she had no control over, said Vicki Gooch, who has been an Idaho State Police detective for 33 years and worked on this case. The people who committed the crime had already planned it, Gooch said. It was a truck driver and his son, later arrested for the crime and convicted. After grabbing her in a Walmart parking lot that June, they raped her for 5 consecutive hours while threatening to kill her. Afterward, they left her 13 miles from the Oregon state line on the Idaho side. I got the case because it happened on the interstate, and I worked for the state police, Gooch said. Gooch worked on the case but had no lead, she said. The woman didn't know her offenders. Her hands were duct taped, even though she was blindfolded. She used the small gap under the bridge of her nose to gather details about her surroundings and her attackers. Still, the information Gooch had wasn't enough, and the case went cold. 7 years later, science helped solve the case. A DNA scientist at the Idaho State Police Forensic Laboratory in Meridian called Gooch. They had found information on a John Doe from the Naomi case. One of the suspects, the truck driver's son, Douglas Steinemore, was arrested in Florida on drug charges. Gooch went to Florida to interview the man who kidnapped Naomi at 19. She was 27 by then. He claimed the furthest west he had ever been was Iowa. Well, your seminal fluid made it to my victim in Idaho, Gooch said. Gooch said Steinemore asked her what the punishment for rape is in Idaho. You're going to be put to death for what you did to Naomi, Gooch said. In 2003, rape was not a capital offense in Idaho, but kidnapping was. I left the jail because he wasn't going to cooperate, Gooch said. 20 minutes later, he said, I'm going to tell you what happened, and he gave up his father. Steinemore gave the name of the trucking company his father, Haynes Haas-Apple, worked for. Gooch called the criminal analysis at the state lab to find him. He was already in the system. The analysis told her Haas-Apple was locked down for a log book violation in Branford, Connecticut, a port of entry. She told me I had 4 hours before that violation lifted or I was going to lose him, Gooch said. She called the Connecticut State Police and sent a warrant. Just before 6 a.m., right before his hold expired, police knocked on Haas-Apple's door with guns drawn. When he opened the door, he said, "This is about what happened in Idaho, isn't it?" Gooch said. Using DNA from the Steinemore and the combined DNA CODIS, DNA database that law enforcement uses, Gooch was able to confirm that Steinemore was John Doe number 1 in Naomi's case. Steinemore is serving 25 years and Haas-Apple 30 years at the Idaho Department of Corrections. Today, Naomi lives in Texas with her husband, the boyfriend she went to go get cold medicine for. The two married and now have a family. New funding will help solve cold cases throughout Idaho. Funds from the Bureau of Justice Assistance Grant give Idaho State Police funds over a period of 3 years that are being used to help solve cold cases like Naomi's. Otherwise, in quotes, we would have never identified the individual, said Matthew Gamut, the Idaho State Police Forensic Services Laboratory Systems Director. Police solved her case because DNA matched a convicted offender's sample in Idaho through the CODIS database. The techniques for solving cases using DNA have been getting more sophisticated with time. The grant ISP is using as part of the National Sex Assault Kit Initiative, a program for the Bureau of Justice Assistance to help transform how law enforcement handles sexual assault cases. The next level of DNA advancement is sometimes called, quote unquote, next generational sequencing. Gamut said, he said the sensitive and sophisticated technology allows forensic scientists to do more with less DNA, quote unquote. What we're also looking at is more sequencing in the human genome and looking specifically at that individual's DNA, then making use of that technology by searching a genealogical database. Commercial databases such as Ancestry, DNA, and 23andMe have become a popular way for people to find out more about their ethnic history and health traits when signing up for the services, Gamut said. Very often, people check a box that says, I'm willing to help law enforcement search my data to potentially identify other perpetrators of crimes, end quote, which has helped expand genetic leads for law enforcement. Using these DNA techniques is not without its challenges, however. Despite advancing technology, the methods of gathering and using DNA in high-profile crime cases sometimes come under scrutiny. So, it's important that people give their permission for their DNA to be used, Gamut said. For example, DNA evidence has been a point of contention between the prosecution and the defense in the case of Brian Koberger, who was charged with the murders of 4 University of Idaho students in November 2022 in Moscow. Investigators were able to match DNA gathered from the knife sheath found next to one of the victims to a man with quote-unquote familial DNA gathered from trash at the Koberger residence in Pennsylvania, according to the affidavit. Koberger's defense team has argued evidence against him, including DNA, may have been gathered improperly. States have their own DNA databases, but CODIS is a way to link crimes to previous offenders and people who have may have been arrested in multiple states. When the database doesn't go far enough, molecular genealogy or newer emerging technologies can help police investigate further, Gamut said. ISP is using these new technologies to help agencies across the state solve cold cases and find violent homicide offenders. So I have a question. If the grant money was for Idaho State Police Lab to do this stuff, why was Othram ever involved to begin with? If someone else, I told you guys that, uses a gun to commit a crime, the chances are that person, blah, blah, blah. Special testing can also be done on overdose deaths from drugs such as fentanyl. Forensic scientists can create a map of drug deaths at the state and national level so detectives can focus on hotspots. Quote unquote, we'll be pulling blood from overdose victims. We'll be analyzing it in the lab with rapid response, end quote, Gamut said. In quotes, this kind of intelligence work has never been done from a public safety and health approach, end quote. This was written on January 12th, 2024. I'm all for getting fucking bastards. I'm all for all of this. I'm all for it all. Okay? But there's always going to be that but. Remember the fingerprint expert that the state has? Okay, remember? It's on the list. Ignoring the gag order. It's interesting, isn't it? The Idaho State Police Domestic Highway Enforcement Team completes enforcement operations in northern Idaho, November 15th, 2023. As part of Governor Little's mission here, the Idaho State Police Domestic Highway Enforcement Team recently performed an enforcement operation in North Idaho to basically intercept illegal narcotics being transported through Idaho. DHE is comprised of 14 members, including 7 canine handlers spread throughout the state using the latest intervention techniques to combat emerging criminal trends. In this operation, the DHE team partnered with ISP's District 1. That is John Kemp. That is everybody that did the Dan Moore case. The District 1 Investigative Unit, as well as U.S. Customs and Border Patrol, the Rathrum Police Department, Probation and Parole from the Idaho Department of Corrections, and the Bureau of Indian Affairs. 99 traffic stops, 50 misdemeanor drug charges, 21 drug cases, 14 felony drug charges, 8 methamphetamine cases, 5 trafficking or delivery cases, 4 fentanyl cases, felony endangerment to child charges, 2 cases, provided or possessed false identity charges, 2 warrant arrests, 2 open container of alcohol charges, 2 felony charge for failing to register as a sex offender, 1. Several notable instances is 1.4 pounds of methamphetamine seized, 300 fentanyl pills, and a small amount of methamphetamine discovered, nearly 2 ounces of methamphetamine hidden within the vehicle, multiple baggies of methamphetamine intended for sale seized in Shoshone County. During one traffic stop, 2 young children were taken into protective custody when their parents were found to possess a large amount of fentanyl. The children hadn't eaten in 24 hours and were sitting amongst illegal drugs inside the vehicle. DHE worked with Child Protective Services to get care for the children. ISP is extremely proud of the collaborative efforts with outstanding agencies for this enforcement operation. The emphasis on illegal substance is essential for enhancing public health, ensuring community safety, protecting youth, and mitigating drug-related crimes. By disrupting the networking fueled by drug trafficking and illicit practices, law enforcement plays a pivotal role in fostering a more secure and stable society. Idaho State Police is dedicated to establishing an environment free of illicit activity and harmful practices, ensuring the creation of safe and protected communities. Now, ready? If you had information that was pertinent, like that dog, why wouldn't you turn it over? Why wouldn't you help, right? Remember that? You guys remember that? Let's see. Share this.
video to turn it over to police before it's too late. Our Vanessa Perez explains why waiting any longer could lead to critical video evidence being lost.
The clock is ticking, and the Gonzalez family says video surveillance could be erasing as more time goes by with the case unsolved. No matter how insignificant it may seem to you, it could help investigators crack the case.
What this person found so bad.
A plea from parents desperate for answers to their daughter and the other victims' murders. The Gonzalez family fears video evidence could be disappearing.
It's the community that can help. So we really feel like that's a very technology savvy generation in that town, all those college students. So that's an asset, and to not take advantage of that asset seems pretty naive.
The Gonzalez family says they want to do anything they can to help the investigation, but believe investigators could be missing the mark.
Imagine if you're a parent and you have pertinent information to this, like that dog, and you're asking me to just shut up. It's not going to happen. I'm going to find a microphone and I'm going to talk to it. I'm going to tell people this is important. Whether it helps solve the case or not, how can you eat that? How could you suppress that? It's something you know could help your child and help everyone in that house find justice. But you can't force them to ask you the question.
Christy Gonzalez speaks about what she believes happened in the early morning hours of November 13th.
And went in very methodical. I think he really thought it out. I think he was quick. I think it was quiet, and he got in and he got out.
Refuses to let this be the new normal in Idaho. They say they won't stop until the killer is found. The Gonzalez family is having a celebration of life for Kaylee and Maddie at the Lake City Church in Coeur d'Alene, December 30th. Live in studio, Vanessa Perez, 4 News Now.
Moscow police say they're...
Isn't that wild? December 30th. So he was arrested on that same day. But if you had pertinent information like that dog had, okay? If you had pertinent information like that dog had. Now what we know. Steve G knew it back then, because I personally believe that Detective Mowry was just literally giving Steve G everything. But for me, the question is that pertinent information, we can't force them to ask me the question. Joker says, I think Kaylee knew what was going on. That's why she left Moscow before the attack. Yeah. I mean, the timeline, you guys, is just totally wrong. For me, when Dylan would have gotten home, it's coming from Dylan to say that everybody was home by 2 and in their rooms by 4, right? Dylan wouldn't know that. Nobody would know that. Nobody would know that. Somebody from inside the house goes and gets the dog outside and brings the dog inside. That's what the defense was alluding to. That's why the dog stopped barking at 4:50 a.m. because Payne wanted to know if the dog was outside, inside. Why would that be important? Though, why? Well, because it's important because I believe they determined that, yeah, that's Murphy barking, right? So is the dog inside, outside? Okay. But nobody, but they didn't interview during their interview process. They never asked anybody hey, did you go and get the dog from outside? None of these police officers, if they did a dog barking test, don't you think that would have been a question that you'd be asking Dylan and Bethany? And so my question is if that's not in the interview questions, why wouldn't it be? $156, arrive home. What's the first thing that you would do if you have a dog? Take your dog out. 226 to 252. Calling Jack D. How do you even find this video? There's not an immediate area. It's just. Kaylee was staying with Aunt, not Chrissy, because she didn't talk to KG on her B-Day. 11-12, Chrissy talked to her, and Jackie says Kaylee was staying with Aunt, not Chrissy, because she didn't talk to KG on her birthday. On 11-12, Chrissy talked to her, and Kay apologized for not seeing her on her birthday. I don't know. Where are you getting that information from? Gina, what's up? Why would Payne do a test to know if the dog was inside or outside? Why would that be important? Why would that be important? Because Payne knew the dog had no blood on him. But yet the dog's in the house, all these doors are open, and this dog is supposed to be there the whole time, and there's no blood on the dog. Think about O.J. Simpson's Nicole's dog and had blood on its paws and went roaming around. Remember that? Payne clearly thought it was important, like that it was weird, it was off, that why would the dog, okay, not have blood? Why is the dog, okay, the dog's barking from, when did Payne do the test? If you're truly going off of what Dylan said and giving it any merit, and she said this right off the rip on 11:13 and 11:17, and that you guys are honing in on this time frame of the crime supposedly at 4 a.m. The dog barking from 4:20 to 4:50 outside. Would have been a huge problem. So much so that, how do you know the dog didn't have any evidence? Like, wouldn't the dog be, what? I can't wait to see these reports about the dog. Who examined the dog, and how was the dog examined to say that the dog didn't have anything? Wild, right? Just wild. I'm just saying, if I would have walked in there to investigate that, and wait a second, the dog doesn't have any blood. Like, where was the dog? I wasn't, the dog would have been in a room that was totally isolated from everything. And I definitely would have been asking the roommates, so where does Murphy usually sleep? Wild. Absolutely wild. And then you have the family or somebody's calling to find out where the dog is, right? Those aren't all that 911 log shit. Something just seems really off to me about that. So let's see, I have 120 people working on a case. And the Idaho State Police are supposed to be like this new we have this great IGG group. We're going to go ahead and give it to Othram. And Gooch and Matt are just being used to, here, start Googling these names and see who these people are. And if they have any ties to like Moscow or something. And then here, one of you guys call them up and ask them if they're going to spit into a tube for us. And then they don't want any part of it. It's a big secret. And then we're going to have a meeting, and we're going to not tell anybody anything, but we're going to have this meeting. We're all going to stare at each other. And instead of just having Othram continue to do the work they were paid for, hey, stop it. Send everything that you have to the FBI. Versus, hey, continue on doing what you're doing. Maybe we just need, more manpower on it to build these trees, right? Or maybe somebody'd be like, well, here we have this blood that was on the railing. You know what I mean? Like, let's look at the blood. We just found out about the blood. Let's see if we can. Maybe that will have a hit. Then we have blood outside on gloves. Why would there be blood on gloves outside and they're not part of it? I would think that they would be the killers to go with the knife sheath. From the moment that I would think that they weren't a match, I would think that, holy shit, it's more than one person. Until we hear back from the medical examiner to find out, are these wounds consistent with being from the same weapon? Can any of these wounds be from a different weapon than the sheath? Was the sheath planted to take us off of who really did it? I mean, there's so many things that could be going on through your mind if you're investigating it from an open mind. And I don't feel like this was being investigated from an open, like, you would think everything about this scene is absolutely, how do these fucking girls not hear people screaming and getting stabbed? How does the one girl who then we're going to label as the killer, he just, after he stabs all these other people, he just going to walk past her and leave a witness? But he clearly ran into these people and wasn't intending to kill them, right? Because we don't think that, right? I mean, think about being in a room with a bunch of detectives talking about this. Then you start seeing their social medias, and it's all of them with masks on, chasing each other around, knives. It's all over their social media. Interesting. Dylan is opening and closing her door 3 times. And the killer doesn't hear that. The killer doesn't care. if you're a juror, the state has to sell it to you that it was so quick. Nobody had time to scream. Nobody had time to scream. But how are you selling it? But you said Dylan was frozen in a shock state, and that's why she didn't call 911. That can't be what they're going to say at trial. They're going to say that Dylan had no reason to call 911 because she thought it was just Ethan's friends were there, and we have friends there all the time, but in a black mask. Yeah, we wear masks all the time. But I mean, wait, what? Okay. And so when I went to sleep, I woke up and I called people over because we always go to like breakfast in the morning, and I'm just trying to think how this is going to play off, where I would be like, okay, yeah. Like I had no reason. Why would I? So I pass out. Like the smell of whatever, I slept next to puke. I mean, you get where this is going to go. Like, so you didn't smell the blood. It didn't wake you up. Like, then why'd you summon people over? Well, because we thought I thought Xana and Ethan were passed out. What made you think that? Because I went in the room and I couldn't. When I say passed out, are they going to change that word to like, I thought that they overdosed? You know what I mean? And the way that they were laying, I couldn't see the blood. Or I thought that, I don't know, I've never seen an overdose victim before, so I thought that they had thrown up blood. You didn't hear Murphy barking for 30 minutes straight? No, I thought Kaylee was just playing with her dog. Like, that doesn't make any sense, y'all. This is going to be wild. This is going to be a wild case. Because I don't know, like, I don't. And clearly, the state is trying to chop off the fact that we don't want the defense to talk about his alibi. What does that even mean? We're going to have experts saying where the phone was. And this is normally what he does. But that'd be hearsay, right? Or can you do it through an expert that went through Brian Clark's phone and put a timeline together? So then, it's wild. It's going to be a wild case, guys. Wild case. Because, okay, Brian Culver's DNAs are awesome. Who are these other blood samples going to? Why would I care if I'm the state? They're just doing their job. We're gonna motion Lemony to keep all this shit out, right? Because they're just doing their job. But they're trying to say that we can't go with a third-party culpability defense. I mean, really? I mean, well, if my client didn't do it, then who did? That would be everybody's defense if they want to talk about it wasn't me. Well, the FBI has testified yet. So I think it's going to get interesting. I just want to know, are they going to show us surveillance camera footage from 2:47 until 2:54 of this white sedan over on WSU's campus, and then not have any after 2:54 because the defense isn't going to say, well, but you have the vehicle going away from where you say that it's going to head to. So where's any of the surveillance cameras after 2:54 to show that that white vehicle turned around and then headed back this way in order to get all the way to campus by, you know, if it's over here, it has to get over here, it's heading this way. So at 2:54, you know, at some point between 2:54 and really 3 o'clock in the morning, it would have had to turn around. And so where do we see that? That it turned around to then be on the campus at 3:26. Where Hitler wants to talk about, oh, it was an hour, so a lot of things could have happened. No, actually, it's just 30 minutes. And I'm over here thinking, well, what if they were murdered at, I don't know, 5A, 6A? Then what does this time matter for anything? You know, oh, he shut his phone off during the murders. No, that's just one of the states claiming that they were murdered. I would ask one question. Well, if the murders happened at 5 a.m., if the murders happened at 4:30, the murders happened at 4:30, at 4:21, the murders happened at between 2 and 4. Like, the only way that my client is guilty is if the murders happen between this time, right? Is there any other way that it's Brian Koberger? I would just love to hear what a detective would say there. Because I'm over here just thinking, like, that's got to be the stupidest thing for Brian Koberger to cover all of these angles, and I'm going to go there in my motherfucking vehicle that, by the way, has no blood in it. Like, if he's interviewing all these people to find out how would you commit the perfect crime type of shit. Well, fuck, they have surveillance cameras all over the place now. So I definitely wouldn't be in my car. Well, okay, technically I'll go in my car. I definitely wouldn't, I wouldn't take my phone. Okay, so I think I'll take my phone and shut it off right during the time of the murder. I mean, that's pretty fucking dumb for saying that he's so smart and he tried to, like, commit the perfect murder. I mean, those are the two most dead giveaway things that you just would have on your list of just, like, not to do. I would ask questions like, okay, so I noticed that you didn't build out when you're going at your search warrants, you kind of just, like, waited for, like, this big old grand finale type thing to, like, put this all in and poof. Yeah, right, Heather? Heather says exactly. That would make you dumb, right? Dumb as fuck. Dumb as fuck. Dumb as fuck. You would definitely know that you wouldn't leave any witness. I mean, He just didn't see Dylan. I don't think he saw Dylan because I don't think Dylan was where she said she was. That would make sense to me. What makes sense to me is that Dylan and Bethany are alive because they ain't, like, Dylan wasn't where she said she was at the time that she said she was. But it's not Dylan that's saying that she was, the police put her there. How do you prep a witness like Dylan? Hey, Dylan, come on in and talk with us. Hey, Bella, can I prep you like I would prep Dylan? Hey, girl, can you come meet with us? We want to go over the type of questions that you're going to get. And so, like, I mean, you can't tell Dylan what to say. I mean, you can, but that's against, like, I mean, what? Hey, Dylan, we really can't have you saying these type of things. I mean, do you think that they're going to prep Dylan? I think it's just going to come down to strategy. How are you going to use Dylan for the defense? Are you going to say, Dylan, did you ever tell the police that you slept downstairs, or did they just make it up on their own to protect you, so that the killer wouldn't come back and try to kill you and Bethany? Kind of also a little weird to me. Show her as you reliable. I'm just curious. She couldn't pick Brian out of the photo lineup, correct? Would you ask her and say, okay, would you guys order DoorDash a lot? So, like, for someone to say, oh, there's somebody here, they didn't say, oh, the DoorDash is here, or you know the difference between your roommate's name. So when you heard Kaylee, right, you told them, like, yeah, I heard Kaylee say there's somebody here, and she ran downstairs and then ran back upstairs. Yeah, because I thought she ran downstairs and she got Murphy and they went back upstairs. Oh, so that would have been after, what, 4:50 then? Because Murphy stopped barking because somebody went and got Murphy, right? I'm just, how would you do this? Well, we don't have the discovery, so we don't know what. Would you ask Dylan why she invited Kaylee down to be her plus one? I mean, do you go the route that Dylan knows who the killer is? I mean, Xana doesn't come across me like a crier, so, like, would Xana normally cry? Did Ethan make Xana cry all the time? So you heard what you thought was who crying? Why did you think somebody would be crying? I just thought Ethan and Xana were fighting. I showed her pictures of her crying at the Halloween party and asked her if they were really her best friends. Would you show her the picture of the watermelon and the huge ass, I don't know, machete in their hands and say, like, where's this machete that y'all have here? Where was this? Was this, like, whose is this? Y'all have these knives and shit. I want to know where that machete is right like today. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? Jack, thank you so much. Jackie buying gifts for people. Thank you so much. Miss Lazy J. Lana, I love you. You restore my faith in humanity. I can barely watch the media because it's so full of lies. I promise we aren't all crazy in Idaho. Oh, I don't think, yeah. I feel bad when I say that because it's not true. Like, every fucking place is a shit show. Kay Miller gifted 20 memberships earlier. Again, thank you so much. Belladora became a member. Kaylee was saying, yeah, I want to know more about that. K Smith 1241214. BK is not the perp. It's clear. You know, I don't know what's clear, but I can tell you this investigation is like it's not what they're making it out to be. Atlanta is such a bright spot for all of us. Thank you. Tomorrow is going to be wild with the Karen Reed case. We'll be live right out the gate in the morning. I just want to be able to trust in things, you know. And I get that you got to keep things like certain things close to your vest or whatever. But when times come for like, hey, those moments that you're going to answer these questions or whatever, I see nothing but gas. They gaslit the fuck out of the defense in that closed portion. And during the times that Payne is taking the stand, Mowry's taking the stand, oh, I thought he was doing this. And Payne says, or Mowry says, oh no, Payne did that. I had nothing to do with this until this date. I mean, we the people, when it comes to certain things and it comes to that point that you have to start showing your work, you know, you can keep it close to the vest, but then there comes points where the questions are going to be asked and you're going to answer them. And the answers that I have seen under oath when it's mattered in this case are bullshit. Period. And anybody that's telling you different doesn't know the case, doesn't watch the case, and is full of fucking shit. These aren't the answers that you get in cases that it's, oh my God, he's so guilty. Or, oh my God, they did such a good job. What are you talking about, Lana? You're crazy. No. We're here to see these answers and they're not there. And it's fine, just admit if it was just, hey, yeah, we went into these databases. No, it's like everybody in this case is afraid to say anything. So they say, I don't read their answers. Everyone's afraid to say a word on that stand. Matt Gamut can't, speak. Look at him. He runs it. That's him. That's him. That's Matt. You run this lab. You run it. You run this motherfucker. So when I come here and I see in this biggest case that you want to talk about, you have all these awesome things that you're doing. And then when we get to this, when we get to finally, hey, I want to hear from Matt. Where's Matt? Bella just played Matt, okay? And these are the answers. The hell's his name? '84. Idaho State Police, 84. This is like the daddy. Matt. Matt, will you please state your name? Yes, my name is Matthew Gamut. Yes, okay. What do you got for me? How are you employed? Well, I'm employed with Idaho State Police Forensic Services, and I'm a laboratory system director. Awesome. What does that mean? I oversee operations of the laboratory system. How long have you held that role? Well, 16 years. Is it important for public trust? I believe so, yes. Are there other organizations that you're involved in the course of your work? Yes, I'm involved with several other organizations. Okay. Did you work on the contract with Ortham? I need to answer that question differently. Okay, great. So there were a lot of specifications within the scope of work that we developed to send out for a general bid process. So the Idaho State Police is an accredited lab. And they have but they went to Othram because they don't do S&P. So I'm so confused. Okay, so look at how simple this question was. Did you care if they were an accredited lab? Talking about Othram. Did you care if they were accredited? So at this time, as we were looking for a forensic investigative genetic genealogy vendor or a company to provide these services for us, we were not aware of any companies at that time that were accredited. Since that time, though, you are aware that companies do become accredited. Absolutely. Currently, there are definitely companies that are accredited in these services. At the time that this contract was bid, there were none to my knowledge. Did you look at the procedures and protocols of Othram before you decided? So I don't recall specifically myself reviewing those criteria. Basically, Ann Taylor is saying, you went with Othram because you trusted them. You had to, they had to go through your bidding war process, and you had to look at everything, and they have protocols in place, and they're going to do things by the book and blah, 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 right? So then how do you just hand over your fucking investigation to the FBI? I mean, who made that decision? Oh, well, it was the prosecutor. Prosecutor and Payne basically made that decision. Well, does the Idaho State Police Forensic Lab validate their equipment? Yes, we do. Do you know if the Othram people do? No, we don't know if they do that. The Idaho State Police says, okay, well, this is she's trying to understand the process here. And it says, how about retention of data or the ability to go back and rebuild the work or look at the work that was done? So we retain, in our cases, we retain our electronic data. We retain any other notes and things that we make as part of our case records, part of our case file. We provide those to the investigators and to the court as a normal business practice. Did Othram do that? In this case, I believe they gave us a report, or what was identified as a preliminary report. The contract specifies that they would keep any data or other things associated with that. For our purposes, we were most concerned that the data or anything else not be released to any other parties. That's what they were most concerned about? Like, what are you fucking talking about? We just do not want any data security breaches, okay? And so in this case, I don't know if they have other data or other records that they have kept, that they have retained. How do you not know this? They work for you. It's you. Hey, where's all this shit at? We paid $9,500 fucking dollars for what, Matt? What did you pay $9,500 for? Please explain that. Because if I was to pay a $9,500 bill, I'm going to know what the fuck somebody did. We had asked them as part of the, the termination in this case of our work that they would preserve those things, or that they would communicate with both the prosecutor's office and with Moscow Police Department if any of that information was to be disposed or whatnot. Now, if the FBI truly came onto this case and was working with Moscow Police Department as soon as, I don't know, November 17th, 15th, 16th, November 18th, I mean, why wouldn't the feds do the genealogy off the rip? If they're offering their resources, why would you go and pay $9,500? Okay. Keep it or tell somebody before you get rid of it. Am I understanding that correct? Our specification was that it stopped our process with them, that we were no longer in contractual obligation with them on this case. So let me ask you a question. So you have Othram that's doing the supposed work, okay? And they decide, because they have genealogists that are doing this, okay? So let's just hypothetically say Annie Potts is my genealogist, right? Who's at Othram and who's working on this case. And she calls me up over at the Idaho State Police, okay, lab, me, Matt, and says, hey, we have some names here. We want you guys to see if you can get some DNA for us so we can upload it. Okay. Now, Othram would know the interim policy. And that if you're going to go to a third party and do all of that, you're supposed to get a search warrant. Othram would know that. Okay. So then here, again, Annie Potts hits me, Matt, up and saying that we want you to go out and do this. And I'm just saying, okay, well, wait. But before you do that, how about you Google these people and do some Google searches and just see if these people are just even, see if we're in the right fucking neighborhood. Okay. And then I say to Annie Potts, I say, well, let me hit up the woman that I work with and do a lot of stuff here with our genealogists and our cold case detective. Let me call Vicky Gooch, okay, and get her, I'll have her start doing this stuff for you guys, okay? And I'm just thinking, wait, okay, is this normal? This is how you guys are. So Vicky Gooch is over here Googling shit. Then she's like, okay, we're going to call up the one brother and ask him if he'll just help us out, right? And this guy was so I don't even think that you're a cop, or, totally just doesn't even believe it's real or some shit. Thinks somebody's punking his ass. So much so that Matt then has to come in and call the guy and say, hey, I'm just here to validate that this is a real thing. What? Validate what? They were asking, what? And then we're over here wait a second, we're paying Othram all this money, but now we're going to call Othram back up and say, hey, guess what, guys? They aren't, this brother that you want us, he's not gonna, he told me to go piss up a tree. Okay? And Annie pots. He told me to piss up a tree. What else can I help you guys with? So our specification was that it stopped our process with them, that we were no longer in contractual obligations with them on this case. Essentially, we were transferring ownership of anything on this case between them and Moscow Police Department and the prosecutor's office. We were transferring, like, hey, everything that Othram has, we're giving it to Moscow Police Department, right? In the prosecution office, right? Question: the report that you ended up receiving from them, are you aware that that report doesn't provide details of how they did their work? How Othram did their work? Are you aware of that? Now, this is the guy that is running this motherfucker. Like, you're the head honcho. Biggest case in your fucking history. Right? Othram sends you this, whatever, preliminary report and says, yeah, that report that you ended up receiving from them, are you aware that that report doesn't provide details of how they did their work? I have seen the report. Yes, I have seen what was in the report. What the fuck kind of answer is that? If I'm Ann Taylor, I say this. I like to strike that as non-responsive. The report that you ended up receiving from them, are you aware that that report doesn't provide details of how they did their work? But Ann Taylor's too kind. Question: would you agree that what's in the report is far different than what the Idaho State Police Forensics Lab produces by way of notes and photographs in connection with its work? Well, ready? Well, answer. We were not provided with analytical notes. We were not provided with data to my knowledge. We were provided with what was identified to me as a preliminary report, which contained some of their genealogical work on the case and other things, such as potential nationalities. $9,500. Is that different than what you produce when you produce a report at your lab? It's hard for me to answer that question because it's a different report. Okay. It's a different type of analysis. And so I can't make a qualification there. I can tell you in our DNA reports, we release the report. We release the analysis notes as a general practice. We have the electronic data and other things available for disclosure, but that's our general practice. I can't speak to the processes at Othram Labs and what they disclose, nor can I speak to what is normal for a release. And what the fuck are you talking about? How do you not know? This is who you contract with. You don't know what they're going to provide you. You hired them to do what? And what were you asking for them to give you? This is absolutely absurd. This guy should lose his fucking job. Instead, he gets to write a write-up on July 24th, 2024. In his write-up, I'm going to print this fucking shit because now he's got me so mad again. If I was to answer something like this, like, how do people have jobs? Absolutely ridiculous. Ridiculous shit. Where is this fucking bullshit at? Print this one. Yeah, this is it. Print it. Absolute craziness. Like, and they hired them to keep secrets, says Heather. Yeah. There was a white Chrysler Chrysler 300 that lived in that apartment. Yeah, which one was that one? Was that the one with the dog barking? Mark? Remember when we were over there? Is that the one you're talking about? Shit. January 12th, 2024. And this bunch of bullshit. All about money. A grant. Here we go. We're just giving money out. Let's get to Matt's bullshit. Matt says that he doesn't know shit about genealogy. Matt doesn't know shit about shit. Here. Look at this. Here's his name. The next level of DNA advancement is something called next generation sequencing. What's that, Matt? Bootstrapping seems sketchy to me. There's my December chick. Matt, look at, he just testified at a hearing and said he doesn't know dick about dick. He is not an expert in FIG, which is the IgG, Federal Investigative Genetic Genealogy. It's the same thing, but he doesn't know this shit. Okay. So otherwise, we would have never identified the individual, said Matt. Now, the Idaho State Police Forensics Services Laboratory Systems Director, Matt. Don't know Dick Matt. Police solved her case because DNA matched CODIS. So here, the techniques for solving cases using DNA have been getting more sophisticated with time. The grant ISP is using is part of the National Sexual Assault Kit Initiative. It's a program through the Bureau of Justice Assistance to help transform how law enforcement handles sexual assault cases, which is how I would love to know, how are you handling them? You know, so you're getting a grant to then just go give it to private labs who have no protocols in place or procedures, and you have no fucking clue what they do. So it says the next level of DNA advancement is something called next generation sequencing. Gamut says, like, he knows. He said the sensitive and sophisticated technology allows forensic scientists to do more with less DNA. What we're also looking at is more sequencing. You know what that means? That's SNP. Is more sequencing in the human genome and looking specifically at that individual's DNA. What do you mean you're looking specifically at that individual's DNA? What does that even mean? Then making use of that technology by searching a genealogical database. I mean, he says that he doesn't know shit. Look at, he's being quoted all up in this motherfucking January 12, 2024. I would have thrown this shit in his face and said, well, I don't know. It seems like you know a lot about what the fuck's going on in these interviews. So is this all bullshit here? Back to his shitty answers here in January of the same damn month. Or I'm sorry, the next year, because this is 2025. So in January of 2024, he seems like he knows what he's talking about. Matt, that is, the lab shot caller. So, but that's our general practice. I can't speak to the process at Ortham. I cannot believe you can't speak to their processes. You don't know them? Are you familiar with how you come up with an SNP with that process where you get from a DNA sample to SNP? In general, yes, but I am not qualified in FIGG analysis. I didn't ask you that. Again, doing too much, Matt. Okay, I won't go too far with that. Are you familiar with how you get from a DNA sample to an STR sample for the lab's purposes? Yes. Are there similarities between the two processes from getting pieces of DNA to an end result profile that you can use? Similarities in process as far as extraction and quantitative of DNA, but as far as instrumentation used, methods, and those kinds of things, very different. What? What is this? What is this the answer? So some of the documents that Idaho State Police Forensic Lab produces that show us those results, those would be similar to what you would expect to see with, S&P. Look at this. I would assume, again, I'm not qualified in FIGG analysis, so I can't speak to what documents they may or may not produce. Really? Because someone needs to shove that January 12, 2024 crap that he is quoted all over in, acting like he knows everything. Huh? Well, let's move from there. Like, you don't know shit and you're running a lab. Oh, let's move from there. Thank you for that. And let's talk about Othram being involved in the case that winds up being why we're here today. What communication did you have with Othram on the early end of the process? So to my recollection, our early communication on this case was providing them with DNA that they would be able to develop, hopefully an investigative lead for us on a case. After that sample, to my knowledge, had been that we had followed our processes through and that we had put a sample into CODIS, that we had not received any hits off of CODIS, and then we would proceed with the next step of testing. What would that be? What's the next step of testing? If you didn't receive any hits in CODIS, we did have a contractual relationship with them since early in, I believe, 2021, and so we did have a contract with them in place. That doesn't mean you have to use them. Like, what are you talking? What are there? So listen to this crap. Was this the first case that Othram worked pursuant to that contract? Like, Aunt Taylor's over here like, do you not know anything because you've never worked with them before? Like, what is wrong with you? Then ready? No, I don't believe so. How do you not know? The answer is just no. Or the answer is yes. You run the fucking lab. Hey, Lana, did you realize that your mods are deleting everybody's comments? Well, I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? It's your channel. Like, that's how dumb that is. That's how fucking dumb that is. No, I don't believe so. Well, how did they get the DNA? The DNA sample itself? The DNA sample was delivered by Moscow Police Department in person to them at our Othram Labs. Did you have any role in that part? I did. What did you do? Well, I accompanied the officer from Boise because I had it in Boise, okay? So then I was able to say, okay, wait a second. So I accompanied the officer from Boise to Houston and down to the Othram laboratory. Okay, so ISP takes it out of the house, takes it to Boise. It's at that lab in Boise. And he has it. Well, who worked on it? Who? Okay, well, I did. I accompanied the officer from Boise down to Houston and down to Othram Lab. I didn't have possession of the sample, but I was with the investigator that did. Now I'm super confused. How did the officer get the sample if the lab had the sample? Can you repeat that again for me? Yes, my question is he's saying, I accompanied the officer from Boise down to Houston and down to the Othram laboratory down there in Houston. I didn't have possession of the sample, but I was with the investigator that did. Okay. How did the investigator have the sample? Well, question. After that sample was delivered, did you have communication with Othram further? You guys, the officer from MPD came with the sample. No, that's not true. That's impossible, you guys. It's good. There's chain of custody here. Why the fuck would MPD have the sample? Why? Do you understand what that would mean, y'all? That would mean that here's my chain of custody form, right? Sign in, sign out, right? What, we're just running around. I mean, how is this even working? Right? So how did the investigator get the sample? Which would be Q11. They developed Q11, it's in the lab. So they gave it to an investigator. So the investigator, so here's Matt. Matt's over here at his house in Boise. Here's Moscow. Hey, Matt, come on, get in the car. Okay, we're going to drive down to your lab. All right, I'm going to go get the sample. Okay, so I got to sign it out. Okay, now I have it. Now here we go off to Houston. Right? There we go. Is that how that works? The DNA sample itself, well, the DNA sample was delivered by Moscow Police Department in person to Othram. Did you have any role in that? Well, I did. What did you do? Well, I accompanied the officer from Boise down to Houston and down to the Othram laboratory. I didn't have possession of the sample, but I was with the investigator that did. Why is he distancing himself from this? Interesting. Well, after the sample was delivered, did you have communication with Othram further? Yes. What were those? So I had communications to my memory with them about what type of analysis we were asking them to do. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean what type of analysis? I thought that you hired Othram to do the damn IgG work and that was it. Miss Pisspots. Okay, so we were talking about what, so they didn't know what their job was until after they had it? I'm so sorry, but excuse me. That's what you want me to believe. Okay. So I remember they asked specifically for consent to do certain types of testing. I mean, certain types of searching. Wait, I remember they asked specifically for consent to do certain types of searching. We had to authorize things through memos and whatnot of them doing certain searching. Specifically, I believe it was family tree DNA that they needed an authorization for. I remember having significant discussions with them about why STR testing and if or how that would be accomplished. Why did you want Othram to do YSTR testing? Now, this is the lab motherfucking manager. Well, so the reason for YSTR testing is to utilize I didn't ask you what the reason. I asked you why you asked them to do this, not why you do it. I asked, why did you ask them to do it? Fuck. So the reason for YSTR testing is to utilize different investigative databases that might be out there. I don't believe in this case we ever did YSTR testing. A lot of the discussion was around preservation of the sample, or as much of the sample we could preserve. And so our recommendation to them was to not proceed with that type of testing at this time, to kind of see where we were able to go with the traditional SNP testing with the whole genome sequencing that he says he knows everything about in 2024, and then we would maybe potentially revisit YSTR testing. And then he wanted to continue. But I do remember some discussion with David Middleman at Othram about if they were able to bootstrap some of the whole genome sequencing in order to develop a Y profile that could be searchable from that data that they had already developed, instead of using additional samples to specifically develop a YSTR profile or any kind of a Y profile. Okay. What does that mean? Bootstrapping? Okay. So if you would have listened to Vargas or any of them back in the day in August of 2023, they said that you need the raw data, because then if you're going to take what? We don't want you doing all this shit because there's only so much of our sample. What? Like, remember this whole thing? What's the Q1.1? What's the size of this mofo? How big of a sample are we talking about? I wish Ann would have asked some questions like objection, fucking non-responsive. The fix is in. The judge is friends with the university president. They wanted to isolate the Y, looking to isolate the male only from the mixed sample. Bickup Barlow will be asking the details about bootstrapping. Yeah. Bickup Barlow is like, dude, put me in, coach. I'm ready to play. They're not going to be able to get away with these answers anymore. So what does that mean, bootstrapping? Take me back. They have this DNA sample, and then they have done those steps to get to their SNP before you want bootstrapping done? Or what stage are you talking about? Essentially, it was our understanding that they were in the process of, or had already obtained a whole. But they've already done this, the whole genome sequencing profile. And so our question to them was, is there a way to develop a YSTR profile from the genetic information that you already have through the other method of testing? And that's what you mean by bootstrap. Like, add a different kind of analysis, like, so you don't have to use, like, is there a way we can get more out of this by doing something else to the sample? Bootstrapping is Jimmy rigging it, damn it. Bootstrapping? What's the definition in the dictionary of bootstrapping? Yeah. So
it means get into or out of a situation using existing resources.
Yeah, Jimmy rigging.
The company is bootstrapping itself out of a marred financial habit.
Yeah, it's like here I'm at my house and I don't have like stuff at Lowe's to do something, so I'm gonna, bootstrap my.
MacGyvering?
Yeah, that's what I would think. Jimmy rigging.
Well, they could be MacGyvering or Mickey Mouse.
Mm-hmm.
There are two different, there's a spectrum, right?
Everybody's on the spectrum.
So there's Mickey Mouse and then the MacGyver.
Uh-huh. So a Y chromosome, so what does that mean with genetic lineages? Well, so the Y chromosome is passed down from father to son, and so we would be S. Did Hawthorne bootstrap and get the YSTR for you? To my knowledge, they never did anything with YSTR testing, and to my recollection, okay, so I am just going to throw this out here. And
okay, well, here's what it is in
genetic.
Genetics.
Yeah. I'm going to throw this out here. Nobody would ever fuck with a sample if you were working with 60 and 70 numbers. You would get a phone call immediately, and you would okay, so Bella, I would call you up and I'd say, girl, you ain't getting shit off of this. We got 60 and 70 type numbers. Like, fuck, this is going to take us, if we could ever even get there. Okay? Period. Like, there's just no, you're not fucking with that. I mean, you are, but that's going to take you forever. If you're so big, then I'm going to have to see it.
And I would use this one right here. In biosciences, I would use that definition.
Okay. Bootstrapping is a method of squeezing the pips out of a single data sample when it is difficult or impossible to obtain multiple samples. There you go.
That's a precise definition.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, like we're tight. We don't have. So then how in the fuck? Holy shit. Oh my God. Why didn't she say, well, you wanted to do this because there wasn't that much of the DNA?
I won't even have you read what it is in statistics because you're going to die if you know what it means in statistics. If they were talking statistically.
Like, if you want to, like, the number 650, I believe, if you had, like,
don't read this.
Or, like,
read this
a parent. Like, if you had numbers coming back, like, in the 650, like.
Read that, but don't read it.
Bootstrapping is a procedure for estimating the distribution of an estimator by resampling, often with replacement.
Replacement.
Often with replacement.
Okay,
Once data or a model estimated from bootstrapping statistics. Hey, when I pop this, did I do it? Oh, yeah, I did it that way. Okay, sweet. And I push this over, right? Dude, they're such fucking liars.
No, it worked really good this one time, only one time.
Did I do like that?
Oh, yeah, you got it.
Okay, thank you. Skin cells were found. So was blood. In Indiana, they would say, okay, if you think we're going to be able to do all this stuff and not actually fuck with the sample, you're insane. Like, there would be contamination. There could be potential contamination. If they're, hey, we got to save it because we're trying to lift fingerprints off of that. So don't mess with that part. And then go ahead and just do the skin cells over here and over here. But we have the blood over here. I mean, what? And I mean, why aren't we talking to the person that did the work in the case? Is that like crazy to ask that? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to highlight that one. So then here's Matt, who's like, hey, I know everything about my lab. And she's just like listening to this crap like, God damn it. Okay, right here. To my knowledge, they never did anything with YSTR STR testing? And to my recollection, with my discussions with David Middleton, that wasn't possible with the data that he had at that point. Boom. You want to know what that means, y'all? There wasn't a fucking enough sample. We can't be doing that shit. Okay? So then how the fuck does the FBI have to start from scratch, which means you're starting from the fucking Q1.1, and they're able to make double the size of something that fucking they don't even have any hardly left? You understand my fucking issues? It means that the answers that you're giving us make no sense when you're going to have the FBI supposedly come in and start from scratch. You can ring my bell. Ring my bell. So, and then this is where she says, it was impossible. And then he says that it was not possible. Yeah, correct. Thank you. And so she's over here, Ann Taylor's over here thinking, I'm not feeding this down a jury's mouth. I'm feeding it to a judge who should be following. Okay? And then I think Ann Taylor and their whole team, when they saw his order and read this shit, they were like, what is this motherfucker smoking? This wasn't what the fuck happened. What testimony is he listening to? That's the only thing that makes sense to me. And that's when it was like, okay. Like, because I can see maybe a jury can't follow this, but it's how a judge couldn't follow this doesn't make sense. To my knowledge, they never did. Now, remember, they have all these exhibits. So he can just like go through here to see like, yeah. So to my knowledge, they never did anything like that. And to my recollection, with my discussions with David, that wasn't possible with the data that he had at that point. Well, the data that you have at that point, are you talking about like, oh, we're dealing with 60 and 70 numbers? Like, what the fuck do you think I'm going to come up with? Or are we talking about sample size? So watch this. So now, Miss Potts, answer your phone when I call you.
Oh, dear God.
Hi. You want to play a game?
Hi.
You want to play a game called What the Fuck? This is Tina.
Yes.
Okay, so here's my question. How are you the lab manager and you don't know any of this shit?
Well, I mean, of course he knows.
Okay, so right there what I just read that, hey, David said that this wasn't possible with the data that he had at that point. And question, she's like, it was impossible. He's like, well, that it was not possible. Correct. So she's like, thank you. And then he's like,
I think what he's saying there too is that not that it's impossible, it's just that it was not possible at that time with the data that they had.
Because they only have 60 and 70 centimorgs? Okay.
So it is possible. It just wasn't possible at that time.
Okay, so then then she's like, thank you. And then he's like, I do not believe that was attempted. Again, I'm not familiar with the technology that he would have had to have used to do such a thing. So I'm not aware if that was possible. If the technology didn't exist, I just don't know. Well, then here I just pulled out in 2024, they have this technology.
Yep.
And I'm like, so I'm thinking to myself, well, why didn't Ann shove that article down his fucking throat?
Right.
And say, wait a second. Are you familiar with, here, look at this. Are you familiar with this article? Like, you're being quoted all over the place in it. Mm-hmm. And this is what you're saying that you have back in 2024. We're in 2025. And so she's just like, lets them speak. And then she's like, okay, well, at some point, did Othram talk to you about the work they were doing? Well, yeah. And did they have a recommendation? So
yes, they did.
So explain this to me. If me and you, like, hey, I call you up, Annie, what do you got for me? Well, hey, girl, I got you some. I need you to go Googling. Right? I got you this name, these 4 brothers, right? But let's just make sure that this is even like remotely, like, you know, see what you guys think that are on your investigative genetic genealogy team over there at the Idaho State Lab, who are the cold case, you know, double dippers of the world, right? Okay. And so their recommendation was, well, they recommended that, I don't.
You have several people of interest. Yes.
Well, and then here, well, when was the conversation? Well, I don't remember exactly when that conversation happened. And it's like, why didn't you refresh his recollection? But here, she's just thinking, well, Judge Hippler is going to see that date, right? But maybe he needs to be walked through everything because, well, let's put it this way. It was between, well, when did they get the DNA to start with? Well, so they got the DNA November 22nd, I believe. How does he say that I believe? Like, motherfucker, you took it to them, you fucking dipshit. Okay, and when they were notified to stop the work on December 10th, you know, I believe the notification was on December 10th. Okay, great. So when they came back to you with some recommendations, where was that in relation to the stopping of the work? And you can tell so much from their answers what they don't want to answer, which is, well, probably early in December. So, well, here we're dealing with, well, that would be, so we have December, what? 1st, 2nd, 3rd. I mean, what's early? Like December 10th was when it was stopped.
Right. So first week. Yeah.
And he's like, oh, he's like, I'm guessing the actual work, the laboratory, what I would call the wet work in the laboratory would be the first couple of weeks, probably before they would have turned it over to a genealogist to be searching in the databases and those sort of things. So he's saying that they would have worked on this. The wet work would have taken a week or 2. So if you got on November 22nd, you have then 7 days, that's November 29th, and then 7 more days, let's just say December 4th. Okay. And so he's saying that that's what have gotten you, that now that's the wet work. And then he's then saying that, okay, so if everybody in the business would know that, right? So, hey, we're pulling, this is what we have, before they would have turned it over to a genealogist to be searching then the databases. And those sorts of things. Well, then she says, well, to make sure I'm with you, wet work means DNA sample to where we get to the whole genome sequencing and then where we get to an SNP.
Yeah.
And so the more that you're going to take from an SNP or to make your SNP, you're taking from the sample, right? And so you're decreasing the size of that sample.
Correct.
But you can double the sample.
How?
Right here, this article tells you how. It says right here that within
I mean, they do have tools that they use. I think there's one called I thought I'd sent it to you, Stacks or something like that.
Yep.
I know that they can use Stacks to like multiply, I guess you could say, an SMP.
Yeah, but once you make it, once you're going with
duplicate, that's the word I'm looking for. They do have a thing to duplicate SNPs.
And it says they do, like you can do, like it's,
no, to duplicate it would be one thing, but to add to it, that's what we're talking about.
Double centimorgan values, right?
To do what?
Now, to double centimorgan values, to double them.
Okay.
Analyze
now,
fully
didn't she say
identical.
the text file is what was doubled?
Well,
not the profile.
Well, no, she's saying that the S&P was doubled. So that would be from your, this is what you can't do.
I could have sworn she said the text file doubled from Othram to the FBI. The text file. I could be wrong, but I could have sworn she said the text file doubled, not the actual profile.
Well, I'm only, but my argument is that based off of his testimony,
and if the text file doubled, right? I'm just trying to think of like, okay, so if you tell Othram, stop all your work, give us everything, don't fucking say a word, right? Don't say nothing, give us everything, and don't ask no questions. You're taking everything. And she's saying by the time it gets to the FBI, the text file has doubled. Right?
Okay. She's saying that the FBI, when they made their SNP, it was doubled in size, but the reason that was important is because it's not like you could take Othram's SNP that they had created and add to that.
Right.
And that's what it was. And the only way that you could, that means the FBI would have had to start from scratch off of the raw data, which means you are taking from the sample size.
Right.
Yeah, which is, if this is such a small amount, this is why Ann Taylor wanted to know in Discovery Quest motherfucking 3, which she wanted these motherfuckers to compel, was the biological shit, okay? Which is, wait a second, we want to know what was the sheet size. When you guys got it and you made up this Q1.1, what was the size? Okay, because then you're going to go do this, and then you're going to go do this. You don't have an endless supply here.
Right.
You know, that's always the problem with DNA is that.
Well, it's also interesting too the way that the questioning is happening between Gamut and Leah Larkin, where, because we know that it's not only this single source of touch DNA that's found on the sheet, there's also blood.
Well, yeah, and that gets into my Delphi when we were in Delphi, but I sat there through the whole DNA.
That this forensic sample that they're speaking of, that they were originally going to do this YSTR testing to, I don't think it's the skin cells.
Well, no, it was both. They said they did 3 things to this sheet. That's unheard. Like that's a lot for this. Because they saved the top.
I'm talking about the forensic samples that these people are speaking of.
Yeah.
She's questioning them.
Yeah, and you have to do them in a certain order. Otherwise, you will ruin it to be able to do that next testing that you want to do. So you have to go in a certain order.
What I'm getting at, though, is if this forensic sample that they are speaking of, talking about, well, you were going to do YSTR testing, but then you decided to hold off. Right? And then according to this Gamut guy, the reason they decided to hold off on doing YSTR testing is for preservation of the sample. And they decided, right. And then he said,
but the reason that you're doing that is because there's not that much of it.
To skip over the YSTR testing was ask Othram, since they already created the entire genomic sequence of the profile, they wanted Othram to basically, like you said, piggyback, bootstrap, and isolate the Y. Okay? The male. So I'm of the impression here that this profile they're speaking of, doing YSTR testing, trying to isolate the Y, is because they have a mixed sample. And it's either multiple male contributors to the sample, or with YSTR testing, it's usually done if you have a largely female contributor to the sample with a minor male. You understand where I'm going with this? So I'm of the opinion that this forensic profile that they're speaking of, talking about, well, why didn't you do YSTR testing, and why are you asking Othram to isolate your Y? It is because they're trying to isolate the male in the mixed sample, and the mixed sample is likely female or it's multiple male.
Well, I'm going off of, you're talking about the blood.
I'm talking about whatever Matthew Gamut and Ann Taylor.
Okay, so then listen back to this. Well, I think they're talking about 2 different things.
They're talking about skin cells here. They're not talking about touch DNA.
No. Yes, no, you're wrong. They're talking about, Q1.1 is, here you go, buddy. So that's why you have to go from the beginning. It's just like, Q1.1 is at the lab. It's there because it was pulled and it was extracted off of the sheath, and it was from allegedly underneath, not the top of the button sheath, but underneath where it's like either the innie part or the outie part. Okay.
Where the grooves are, which makes 10 times.
No, it's not, because it's still brass. It doesn't fucking matter. That would be
no grooves. I'm saying not the material, the grooves.
Oh yeah. Yes. Okay. So then that's where they pull this single source DNA, which is Q1.1. Okay. And it's only going to have so much. So like for easy math purposes, let's just use the number. Hey, we have 10. You know, there's 10 of this. Like and then we're going to, so here it's at his lab. Now, Moscow Police Department then drives to go pick up this Q1.1, and they pick up Maddie Poo on the way to then go to the lab to get this sample, this Q1.1, and then they take it to Houston because that's where Othram is. And so he's like, I'm with, but he wants to disassociate himself from ever fucking touching this thing. It's hilarious.
100%.
Okay. So this Q1.1, here you go. And for math purposes, here we go. And there's 10. Now,
just
if I'm going to make an SNP, make sure
I'm on the same page with you, though. Q11 is the sample she is asking Matthew Gamut about.
Well, yeah, because that's the sheath. Yes, it's yes. This is
there's
yes.
more than one source of DNA on that sheet.
Okay, the single male source. Yes, Q1.1. This is what she's saying to him. Okay. This is Q1.1. This is what they took. This is the raw data, baby. We're taking it to Arizona or to Houston. Then for people that don't know shit, like here, it's the size of 10, let's just say. Now, what is it going to get down to for us to make and be able to do the testing to get it down to these SNPs? How much of our sample is going to be left from 10? Okay, because then that's just what Q1.1 has left.
Yeah, and they said they made 2 SNPs, right?
Well,
one for IFP, one for Othram. Isn't that what Ann said? There were 2 SNPs, both with no warrants.
Well, that's where we're at right here. So he's like, the wet work means DNA sample to where we get to the whole sequencing, and then where we get to a SNP, SMP. I know I'm skipping steps, but that's the wet work, right? And he's like, correct. The laboratory work. So anything that would be done in the physical laboratory, handling the sample, putting it into tubes, adding liquids, things of that nature that would be done in the laboratory, sequencing on an instrument, that would all be done in the first week, several weeks, okay? So after they have a recommendation for you, okay, after they would have done all of that, they have this recommendation. What's the recommendation to you? Well, the recommendation to my memory, to my recall, was that they had several individuals that had the potential to be of interest in this investigation. They asked us if, to further their family tree building, if we could be in contact with individuals and see if they were willing to contribute information into the databases that they were using in order to further the family tree building and further the geological work. Question. And we're in a closed setting here, so I'm going to ask you to give me the last name. I don't recall the last name. I'm sorry. Well, was it your understanding that these were 4 brothers? Yes. Okay. What did you do in relationship to these 4 brothers? So think about this. So we did some cursory work. We just looking in publicly accessible information, literally Google searches, Facebook. I'm telling you.
What we do.
Exactly. You're stalking. Yes, exactly. Okay. What our approach is we didn't want to be approaching people, especially with an investigation of this nature that really had nothing to do with anything. What does that even mean? It has everything to do with everything.
It means they didn't want to approach family members or distant relatives who have nothing to do with the crime and spook them.
Okay, well, we just wanted to make sure there was some reason why Othram Laboratories was asking us to go and ask these individuals to put their DNA into the databases. So think about this. So Othram then didn't ask you to go Google searching motherfuckers. They just asked you to have people give their DNA, but before you were going to have them do that, you guys started Google searching these people.
But that's how people in IGG do it all the time.
No, but if you already give me the name to go get, why am I questioning why you're...
Because it's
Isn't
not
it interesting too that as soon as
the
I
exact
was
science. That's what happens.
Four brothers is when the FBI comes in and says, "Give us all the work, stop."
Well, don't you think that then this would be hilarious? And it's like, wait a second, why are we looking up at these? If I know a name, if I'm hearing a name from somewhere else, I'm like, wait, these names, let's see what the fuck this is going to be talking about. So anyways, me and Bella are over here and we start being your bitch and we start Googling stuff, Facebook and stuff, who these people are. Okay, hey, here we did all this stuff. Then Anne says, okay, well, did you verify that they were 4 brothers? Well, I don't know if we really say verify, blah, blah, blah. But now, I know you said you can't remember the last name of those brothers, but we're here today. Is it Colbert? No, it's not. Okay, after you did the cursory work and the family tree, what was the next thing you did in relation to these 4 brothers? Well, we at some point, and I don't remember exactly when, again, this is hilarious, we had asked our investigator, Detective Vicky Gooch, with the Idaho State Police, you know what? We're going to have her reach out. So, hey, Bella, you reach out to one of the brothers we believe had put information into a database. Ask him if he would be willing to upload that into one of these databases so they could further build out and use that information. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, no, and then my only problem, like one of my only problems with this whole thing was you have a detective, so you have Gooch, who's a detective, calling, but she needs another detective to come verify that it's police work, which is weird. Because, like, what are they saying to these guys that's making them doubt that it's police work? Because that's what he's testifying to.
Yeah, he says she was, I believe, initially able to contact the individual. He was skeptical about her contact. And so there was another contact, a 3-way call made between myself, Vicky, and this individual for purposes of trying to validate this was indeed a law enforcement investigation. This was indeed a legitimate request. What the fuck did Vicky say that led that man to not think that this was
because that's not like me or you calling some random and being like,
well,
hey,
unless she didn't say she was a detective.
But then at some point, if you are a detective and it goes that level, you can be like, okay, I'm a police officer. Like, what's going on? That's just a weird thing to have another detective. Like, it's almost like daddy has to call in and be like, hey, my daughter's really a cop.
Detective, right? Gamut is like the head of the ISP.
Well, just so.
What is he? He's not a detective. He's a. For whatever reason, it sounds like this brother was very skeptical of this Gooch person, and she thought that maybe having this lab person call on a 3-way would be helpful.
Yeah, so
and
why?
Even with the lab person, this brother was still like, do not ever contact me again, fuck off.
Yeah, but the thing that I get caught up on, Annie, is the wording that I had to call to make them know that it was a law enforcement thing we were doing.
Yeah,
it's not like
legitimate.
Yeah, legitimate, but law enforcement legit. Like, it's not just legit.
I don't think that Vicky Gooch said she was law enforcement. That's what I think.
Well, I don't know, but
it could also be that, like, there's a lot of people, man, they're just really skeptical.
I would never.
Maybe they thought they were getting scammed. Somebody's trying to scam them for their DNA or something.
Annie, police officers have asked me for my DNA. I'm like, are you guys trying to make like a data? Like, are you trying to like reach a quota? Because no, I'm not giving it to you. They asked it like for 3, like, and I wasn't even like committing a crime. I'm like, no, dude. So no, people don't get it.
So then here, it gets shut down. And then she asks, okay, after that brother said, don't contact me again, what was the next thing you did, Matt? And he says, so I don't remember, again, exactly when the time frame was with that, but I know that there were active discussions about having a phone call with the agency and the prosecutor's office about the work that was being done. They were requesting updates from us of what is the Othram Laboratory doing? Where are you at in the investigation? Those type of things. We were giving them updates via telephone, via, conferences. Just giving them updates on, we've delivered the sample, we've done this, those sort of updates. And then they requested a meeting with us to talk about the testing. Let me tell you something. Based off of my conversations with individuals, as soon as they would hear that your database is only producing 60 or 70, like that's the number you're working with, get the fuck out of here. There's no good luck. Like there's for him to act like they were saying like, oh, what are you doing? And as soon as you would hear the word 60 or 70,
Well, not even that too. 60 or 70. Meanwhile, Othram didn't see this 250 centimorgan match.
Well, no, that's when I'm just saying that number would have been known right away as soon as they uploaded it into the databases, right? And so like that would have been given to them like.
Well, I guess here's my question for you: how is it
right away?
Because you would know probably more about this, especially with the people that you've spoken to. And this is a question I have: how is it possible for, say, this SC person, whoever this SC is, when this law enforcement kit was uploaded to the match database that it wasn't supposed to be uploaded to, if it's a forensic kit and SC isn't supposed to be able to see it, it should be invisible to SC because they're a layman. How would they be able to see it?
Well, because remember when I asked and I said, well, hey, what if I went and got somebody else's DNA so that I could upload it into one of those and I acted like it was mine? Okay. And so therefore the day that I would upload it, right, it would tell me, like I said, like that day. So I'm looking at it from my perspective, right?
But I think what Leah Larkin was saying was that she could see that this person, SC, even though she could see from their perspective of the screenshots, they are seeing a match to a forensic kit that they should not be able to see because it's a law enforcement kit.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, so here's where my brain goes. If only law enforcement can see law enforcement kits, how is SC seeing the kit that it matches if it's supposed to be invisible?
Well, and when that's what she's trying to say, that like clearly you guys didn't upload this as a law enforcement kit, meaning the one that CS can see. So I want to know if CS just uploaded their shit that one day ago. You're going to sit here and tell me that this person that you're working with, that you got to say, hey, I need this person to upload their shit. So think about this. It has to be somebody that's related to Brian Koberger. You understand that? And this is where I want to know if where Steve Gonzalez is saying, this is somebody who I think's a fucking angel, who I think's.
This is where I differ with you.
Well, I'm only saying it to hear this out, is that who are you going to get to up? Because when you're talking about a 250 match, okay, then you need to ask a genealogist.
250 centimorgan match would be like a third cousin, right? If I remember correctly.
I was told that 650 is you're talking like mom to son or dad to,
right,
yeah.
Okay, right.
Is like 650.
I think 250 is like closer to a third cousin, if I remember correctly. So it sounds like whatever this thing is, they had this 250 centimorgan match that Leah Larkin is saying, Othram, it didn't come from Othram, because if Othram had seen 250 centimorgans, they wouldn't have ignored it.
It's a third grandparent or more distant relative is 250.
Third grandparent. Okay.
Okay. Like that's that. Okay. Now think about what 60 and 70 is.
Right.
I'm trying to tell you. When you would use the numbers 60 and 70, you would tell that person to go fuck themselves. If you were going to work for them and be their client, you're 60, 70, no fucking way. Like,
but then some people are saying
you're going to be doing a lot of work and it's going to take a long time. That's all that it means. Like, you ain't getting nothing quick here.
But some people are saying 200 is second cousins.
So
down where I pointed.
Yeah, so 200, yeah, that was it. 200 to 620 CMs is likely between second cousins. Okay. But you would need, in order to get full-blown sibling matches, you're talking about like 2,500. Okay. Like, that's how much you're sharing. Okay. So just, but think about this though. This is what I think's nuts. I think is nuts. Whoever the SC person is, right? Whoever the SC person just happened to upload their profile, like within.
No, the kit that matched to SC was uploaded one day prior to the match.
Yes.
The kid had only been in Jed match for one day before SC saw they had a match to the forensic profile.
Yes, and the reason that they didn't have the 60 to, well, they should have had 2 hits. Okay, let me put it to you this way.
Ah, bingo. There you go. There's my girl. Bingo. If they put it in
Twice, exactly. And so that's my issue. Okay, but this is the thing is, but Othram did it the right way. Okay, Othram did it the right way and uploaded it as a lay person. So if they truly did, then that means that that forensic kit can't be seen by anybody, right? So now the question is what I don't understand is, well, when you ask Othram, did they take the kit out of the databases? Because if it's law enforcement, can you do law enforcement to law enforcement kit?
I don't know, but it would appear that Othram's work was leading in the correct direction, and the FBI came in and said, we'll take that work. Thank you. Have a nice day.
But my other issue then comes into play that they had the FBI started from scratch to make theirs, and that's why it matters is how much was possibly remaining. If Q 1.1 was pulled, here we go. We have to put it in CODIS, right?
My guess is this is why they needed the damn buckle swab, and they keep saying, well, we're not worried about it because we matched the buckle swab anyway. So all the other stuff doesn't matter because we have a direct match with the buckle swab from Coburger.
That's not the right
That's exactly why. They're just going to say, we got a direct match from the buckle swab. Okay? And what's really happening here is that what's being ignored is that for 2.5 years, we have been told the only thing located on this sheet was single source male DNA from touch fucking DNA. And then now we find out, nope, just kidding. There was also blood. So there's more than one source of DNA on the sheet.
Well, yeah, because
the beginning,
because the blood is. So listen to what they were trying to do with this sheet, though. This is what I learned in Indiana, and they would have never done this because in Indiana, how they are trying to say that this would have happened is it's like you're going to pick one or the other. Either we're going to try to pull off the fingerprints, okay, or we're going to try to go with dusting for skin cells, okay. That's what Indiana. Because Indiana is saying that they would never even be doing what Idaho is trying to do right here. And so I couldn't even believe this so much to the point that it's just like, well, why isn't Indiana? And Indiana is saying that this is just so fucking unreliable that you're going down a whoop. But that's Indiana's take on it, is that we won't even send our stuff to have stuff be done XYZ. Like that they're not going to do that.
Yeah.
7 equals 700.
Well, it's just pretty obvious, in my opinion, that they've known from the very beginning. Okay, they have not only transferred.
Okay, so listen to this. In 23andMe, it has it set up to a cap of 2,000 matches in DNA relatives. The cap is set at 1,000 matches for people who have not yet been transitioned to the new 23andMe website.
And also look at what it says about Sun.
What does it say about My Heritage, though? My Heritage is the most important. Jed matches
And it has GEDmatch.
GEDmatch is at like, I want to say, I just went through this the other night. It's like 1.9 million or something in GEDmatch. The largest database is MyHeritage at 9 million. And they also, it's oddly enough, MyHeritage is the same amount as the military DNA database, also 9 million.
But
and
they're
the
saying
military DNA database, they upload their blood samples. It's like 200,000 new blood samples every year that get uploaded into that one.
Annie, is it true that like if they're saying 7 centimorgans is equal to 700 SMPs? Is that how they're calculating centimorgans to SMPs?
I have no idea, darling.
Yeah,
that's what they're saying.
Well, no, it depends on which. That's not, from my understanding. Fucking 60, you're dealing with.
But 60 what? Centimorgans?
Mm-hmm.
But you have.
But it's from like what you have to go based off the GEDmatch. How GEDmatch?
Well, GEDmatch is saying it has to be at least 7 centimorgans.
I thought it was like 12, but okay.
Now they've made it 7, and 7 equals 700 SMPs according to GEDmatch. And it says comparisons between 2 kits can be done by using the 1-to-1 comparison tool, which allows the user to set their own thresholds and see segments down to 3 centimorgans.
Yeah, that's if you're if you're.
But 7's the standard. Like they'll do 7. That's why they're saying 60.
If you want my honest opinion, what it sounds like to me, that what they did is they went to this brother. The brother said no. They can already see, because they can see the databases, who's in them. And if you know you already have a family member who has at some point already done their ancestry with GEDmatch, it sounds to me like they went back to the family member and said, can you put, like, I'm of the opinion that this family member, whatever they did with this profile that they put into GEDmatch, and they shouldn't have, okay? Once this SC person, I don't know what they did, but this person could see that it was a match. This must be a real person because someone is screenshotting it and then they're emailing it back. Unless somebody in law enforcement got real sneaky leaky and, labeled it as SC. I had a wonderful, wonderful person in my chat the other night, Miss P. Fox. She was like, I wonder if SC means skin cell, the skin cell sample. If that's what they put into GEDmatch to get the hit, you understand? It should be able to see the match.
Or suspect C.
Correct. Could be suspect C.
Because of the labeling of it.
Sample, right. The other sample C that we don't know who it belongs to or what it is. I thought maybe sample C, this is hair. I don't know. We know hairs were found and they don't match Coburger either.
See, this proves that Hitler also got it wrong. When Ann asks, what happened in that phone call? Well, in that phone call, we were asked to turn over any kind of investigative records that we had, any kind of information that we had to the FBI team. They provided me with an email address to be able, to provide them with what we were requesting from us, which was, to my memory, it was like the 2. He's about to say it was the 2, and then he's like, the login information, essentially. He was about to say something right there. It was the 2, and then he stops himself. See this? It was the 2, and then it was the 2, the login information, essentially. How could that be? How could that be that you're going to say the login, but you would say, to my memory, it was the 2, what? 2 logins? 2 sample? I mean, that's super interesting. And then it says, when he's asked the question and he's about to say something and he stops himself and he's like, well, to my memory, it was.
What page are you at? I got it open right now. Where are you at?
Page 105.
Okay.
The login information, essentially, and it might have been other things I'm not aware of, like packets and things. I'm not aware of the technical terms, but basically they were asking us to provide that information to the FBI investigator.
2 emails. He says they provided me with an email address to be able to provide what they were requesting from us, which was, to my memory, it was the login information. Okay, so it looked like 2 emails to log into.
He was about to say something and motherfucker cut him. No, whatever Matt was about to say, he caught himself and he stopped. And that's why I'm just like, that's interesting. And it said, well, did you do that? Yeah. Do you know what you provided to the FBI investigator? Well, so what we asked for to be provided he must maybe said, so what we were asked to provide were the 2 database searches or information so that those could be independently searched. And we also asked them to cooperate and provide any information that they needed to be able to further investigate. When you say 2 databases, do you mean the 2, and yeah. Yes, to my knowledge, these samples, see?
Yes.
See right there. How would you ever say these samples? What the fuck are you talking about, man?
This is why I keep saying what they're talking about. When they are talking about, when she is asking him, in my opinion, why would you even need to do YSTR testing? We're being told right then and there. It's not just skin cells. There's a mixed sample here. There's blood from the sheep. They know this. They've known this from jump.
Yeah, I personally think that right there, you would never say samples.
I'm just saying you would never need to do YSTR testing if all you have is single source DNA and you know it's male single source.
Well, remember when I told you when they said, hey, because Ann was trying to get at that. She's like, well, why did when you guys lifted a cigarette butt, whose cigarette butt did you lift? These
samples were searched in
and it would have been so early on, and they were doing hardly nothing. So who do you think that they were trying to get? I'm sorry, but that's why I think Ann was saying, well, why would you be lifting why would you go after a girl's basically cigarette butt if you know that you're looking for allegedly a male, right? That's where I'm saying that was like a giveaway for me, is that I think that cigarette butt has a chance of belonging to either Dylan or Bethany. And it would be like, well, why were you trying to get her DNA, right? Once you've already had it, wouldn't have been in the house to like compare anything to. So then I thought about that, right? And I'm like, okay, so then like her DNA would have been all up in that house. So you could have just, I would think that you would have had it as a sample. Like you wouldn't need to get Dylan's. So then it's like, okay, who else that would be a girl that you would need to potentially get? And it's like, okay. And the reason I'm just saying that I think that it's a girl is because Ann was really confused by what they were doing. If it's a dude that you're looking for.
And she's looking at it going, wait a minute. So I have this lab report from ISP that talks about differential DNA extraction. And there's all this conversation happening in the beginning on 11/22 regarding these samples that you want to do YSTR testing on. That's the dead giveaway. You have mixed samples somewhere. Somewhere there is a sample or samples collected from this crime scene that are mixed DNA.
So then here we go back to Matt, and he's like, yes, to my knowledge, these samples were searched into databases that allowed searching by law enforcement. So Judge Magic, he says, I believe were the 2 that were searched, and we were asked to provide those credentials, that information to the FBI. Do you know that Judge Match has 2 different databases? Yes. And he's like, yes. It is because of one of those laws. I believe that is correct. Okay. So Idaho State Police Forensics Lab's direction to Othram was to look only in the databases that allow law enforcement. Our direction to them was to follow the interim policy per contract with them. And other commissioner, okay, does that mean that you expected them to only search? Well, I believe that is what would have been communicated. That's our understanding of what. Well, what does he mean? He believes. Who was doing the communicating with Othram? You get what I'm like? Then it's just like, who was doing the communicating with? I believe, motherfucker. Did you do the communicating? Who's doing the communicating? That's why we called your ass up here. So after Othram turns over whatever they turn over to the FBI, and you get the report and they get paid, is that the end of it with Othram for this case? So they provided to us a report after we had asked them to turn over all of the information to the investigative agency and to the FBI. They provided us with what was identified as a preliminary report. I believe they titled it that because it was not a final report. The testing, we had asked them to terminate. See, like that's what I don't get. The testing. There was no more testing. Do you get what I'm trying to say there? Like you already did the sequencing. What are you having them terminate? Because at that point, all they're doing is doing the stalking work.
Why didn't Ann ask that?
My guess is it's because whatever the blood that they have is, it's not matching those damn.
No, but that's not what they were doing. No, Miss Potts, you don't get. They just have the Q1.1, baby girl. They just have Q1.1, and that was the genealogy was coming from that. So my question is Matt then again slips up here when he says that, well, I believe they titled it that because it was not a final report. He says the testing, and then again he catches himself. The testing, we had asked them to terminate the testing, but they were not at all, or they were not at a final result of a name. There was no more testing. After you did the wet work that's what the whole wet work is. That's where the testing is, you dumb fuck. So now what are you talking about? Like, there is no testing. At that point, you're just literally stalking. There is no more testing. There was no more. There was no testing. Remember, he says that we didn't have them do anything other than that. So why is he saying, okay, this is on page 107. Well, the testing, I got to catch myself. The testing, we had asked them to terminate the testing, but they were not at a final. Okay, so then she says, why was the decision made for the FBI to take this over and not let Othram finish? I don't know. I can't speak to that. Well, in that meeting, there was nothing stated about why we were going to do this. Like I don't recall specific reasons, but they had asked us as an Idaho State Police lab, us to transfer everything to the FBI. That means not just Othram shit, but everything from the Idaho State lab. And now the question is, well, are we just talking about Q1.1, or are we talking about everything that was in your lab? Like, you guys have 123 pieces of evidence. You know, so it's just like,
there's two snips.
Well, and then they say, okay, well, did you take a look at the two profiles, the FBI's S&P profile and Othram's S&P profile? And have you ever looked at those? And it says, did we look at those, or did I look at those? Did you? I did not know. Have you seen them? No. Would it surprise you to know the FBI profile was over twice as big as Othram's?
Okay, so it is the profile, not the okay.
No, so that's my question though, is like when she says it like that. Now here again, he says again, I have no knowledge of what the FBI did or didn't do. I had no knowledge and then this is a really weird thing. ... Yeah. And she's like, okay, well, how involved were you with the FBI's process of their genetic genealogy? Like, it's Moscow Police Department's case. Moscow Police Department utilized the Idaho State Police Forensics Lab to extract this DNA, Q1.1, And now you're sitting here telling me, which I don't understand why we didn't get to, which is, okay, where's this Q 1.1 at if it's at Othram Lab? How did it get from the Othram Lab to fucking the FBI labs? And so
it teleported, darling. It teleported there.
Right? So it's just like, so here, I was not involved. I was not involved other than to provide the samples to where they asked us to send those samples. Yeah, plurals again. And so it's like, wait a second. So these
and then
samples.
It's in the next sentence too. He says samples again.
So wait, but these samples, you didn't have to drop. Okay, so I was not involved other than to provide the samples to where they asked us to send those samples to. And then from that point, I was not involved in the process. Well, wouldn't Anne ask? I mean, maybe she just knew, like, wouldn't you be like, okay, so you got in a vehicle and you drove these samples? What samples are you talking about?
Well, technically, is this guy talking about the two snips? Is that the
No, he doesn't have two.
Talking about?
No, he doesn't have two snips. He has the Othram.
Or she just asked him right up in his testimony here, talking about, did you look at the two profiles?
Yeah, and he says no, and he says no, no. He also wouldn't have that. If you think about it, Othram has the SNP. Okay, what I want to know is, we bring you Q 1.1, which is the motherfucking DNA, the raw data for that fucking sheet. I provide that to you to make your snip over there in Othram. Then do I leave? Because remember, do I leave with my police officer? And I'm not leaving with anything, meaning they have Q 1.1, right? And that's all there is, right? They have it. Right? So then me and my police officer, we leave. So then from November 22nd, all the way here it is, December 10th, we have this fucking meeting in the mines in the morning. And it's like, okay, December 10th, what are we doing? Oh, Othram, you are to stop, cease, don't do any more work. Now, you're going to send everything that you have to the FBI. Okay?
Okay.
And that would mean Q 1.1, whatever's left of it, of the 10 that I said. So we have 10. I just use that number. So then to make the SNP that they used, that would come from Q 1.1. So how much was left of Q 1.1? Because you have, I want to know where Q 1.1 was. Was it in the hands of Othram? Because that's what I'm thinking about when he's saying the samples. This is why I think he's saying two things when he's saying the word samples. This is, I think he's referring to Q 1.1 and then the SNP samples, like those two things. That's why I think he's saying samples.
1.1 is the touch DNA skin cells, correct?
That is the, yes.
Alleged skin cells left on the sheet, correct? Okay.
Yes, and that's why the very important question was asked, which was, well, if Othram's, or I'm sorry, because what was believed is that here, you're going to send this SNP, Othram's SNP, to the FBI, and the FBI is going to work with that, okay? But here they asked, well, would it surprise you if the SNP that Othram size that was working with is, let's say, size 1, and then here, how does that SNP double in size?
What they gave to Othram.
Yeah.
The SNP. Okay.
Yeah. So then it comes basically out that there's no way that you guys were working with this SNP that Othram made. You had to go from scratch, which means you're taking then from Q 1.1, the FBI would be to make this new SNP, okay?
And pop it into fucking jet match.
And pop it in.
Yeah.
And so then, and then so here, my question then.
Are you still on alive?
Yeah.
Oh my God. What?
Yeah, girl, I'm trying
You've
to.
been having this whole conversation with me this entire.
Girl, yeah, of course. So then here's Ann Taylor, and she's like, okay, well, have you become aware that they search databases that are not allowed? Because I think at this point, she's just like, what the fuck is this man talking about? Like, he doesn't know shit.
I think she's probably trying to figure out, well, wait a minute. I thought you only had single source male DNA, fuckers. Isn't that what you've been saying for 2.5 years? Why do I have lab reports for differential DNA testing? Why are you discussing YSTR? Why are you doing all these things if all you have is single source male?
Well,
what are you doing?
Well, then you have to ask yourself, so we have A, B, C, D, and E. And during this read through, E is Brian Kohlberger's dad's DNA, okay? Okay,
I thought E was the, okay, maybe E.
Isn't it?
Okay. So then,
well, I want to know why they're testing E against other items in the case.
okay, well, I guess, yeah, that, and if E is his dad, who is well, then what letter did they assign to this unidentified male from the trash pull?
Okay, so we have A here is the sheath.
Yes.
Okay. B, C, D.
Blood on the handrail.
So B is what?
Blood on the handrail.
Mm-hmm.
C, we don't know.
And D is the glove.
Gloves, plural.
Gloves, plural, yes. And then that's why I know that E is Brian's dad. Okay. And what I think is hilarious, and this is where Anne's like, why the fuck are y'all testing? And she's asking Rylan. She's like, wait, so you guys were going around testing E against other items in the case? Yeah.
Isn't there a case? Wait a minute. Isn't there a case though? Hang on. Because now that you say that, it just made me think of something. She cites a case. They cite a case a couple of times. Dodge. The Angie Dodge case is a case where a son was accused of murdering Angie Dodge, and come to find out after doing YSTR testing, go figure, they were able to determine it was actually the father who committed the crime while he was in town visiting the son.
Do you think that C is semen?
I mean, it could be the hairs that they say they collected that didn't match to Kohlberger. I don't know. All I know is that my initial thought when it came to the YSTR and why they were discussing all of that initially is because, like, the most common application for YSTR is like on a sexual assault kit. It's when you're trying to separate the male, you're trying to isolate your male perpetrator from the female mixed sample, right? But then they'll also use it if they have a multiple male mixed sample, or if they have a sample that is largely female with a little bit of a male sample mixed in as well, and they're trying to isolate the male.
Correct.
So
yeah.
Fascinating,
Well,
actually.
Correct. So let's get back to this then. Then basically what then would have happened here is even still December 10th. Like, I'm still confused, you guys, and everybody should be, like, the whole world should be.
Yeah.
The whole world should be confused of this very simple fact. How the fuck did the Q1.1 sample, raw sample, that you would have needed if the FBI is going to start from scratch, okay, to do theirs, all right, because it doubles in size, right?
Right.
It doubles in size, and the only way that is possible, and this motherfucker says it, is if you start, you have with the raw data. I can't give you my S&P and then you go add to it and just go picking around. Like, that's
Correct.
not, you can't do that.
No, correct.
Okay. So I want to know how the FBI, when they're saying that we were just sending stuff, how How? What are you talking about? You would have had to take it to them. Like, so you got it. So they got into Othram. Somebody from Othram in Houston drove it, flew with it to the FBI. No, we'll come get it from you. I mean, you know what I mean? And they're talking about emails. They're talking about
what is the chain of custody on this forensic sample? Correct.
You know, and so here it's just like nothing to see here. It's just like, fuck that. Yeah, there's everything to see here, Hitler. Because the main question is like, hello, how the fuck does the FBI get the raw data? And that's why I think Jay Lawson has a huge issue when he writes it and says, or you know, whoever wrote that motion, when they put it in, it says, I think Mr. Culber has a huge interest. This is why it matters with search warrants and shit like that, because this raw data wasn't left at Othram. Brian Culber didn't leave it there on, you know, abandoned. Okay. This was taken from the crime scene, put into without a search warrant. Othram had no search warrant given. So Othram has this fucking allegedly now. We have no idea what Q1 ended up becoming, because what if Q1 somehow isn't what came off the sheet? What if Q1 in the transport of this sample?
Oh, you could easily just have contamination.
Well, no, just here. We're just going to give you this. Like, and I'm sure Ann Taylor was like, well, let me see the raw data they were working with and the raw data what the FBI was working with. But from my understanding is if the FBI didn't turn anything over,
you can't recreate what they did. You can't vet what they did. You have no way to know if what they did is even accurate.
And chain of custody is how you get suppression, you know, hearings and stuff thrown out. But Hitler did say, you guys, there's another chance they have, like, you know, this stuff being, you know, tossed and whatever.
It may not trigger a Franks, but you could file other suppression motions or save it for cross-examination or whatever, right?
But I think we all have to agree, though, that if you're driving Q1.1 up from Boise to Houston, then in order for the FBI to get whatever's left of Q1.1, that would have to leave Othram and Houston and taken.
Yeah, and he made sure to say, I was never in possession of that sample, just so we're clear.
You know, so yeah, we could fly it. But I would just think that the FBI is going to come pick it up in their jet, you know?
My guess is this lab guy is like, wait a minute, if this fucking thing got contaminated, I didn't touch it. It wasn't me. It wasn't me who had anything to do with the touching of this anything. Do you know what I mean? What do you mean you drove it? Excuse me? Why? Why would you do that? That's the easiest way to contaminate the sample, is by driving it. What do you mean? So you just checked it in the back of the car, right? On the back seat where there's probably 100 other people's fucking DNA has been back there as well.
Have you seen any documentation from that December 10th meeting? Not to my knowledge. Okay, so any documentation that's come your way from the FBI's work? Not to my knowledge. Have you turned over your work with the genetic genealogy, the help you were giving Othram? Have you turned that over to the prosecutor? I have not turned over physical copies of anything. I believe that our agency complied with the discovery request. Like, then he's just going on some fucking tangent, like, really weird.
Even BYA mode at that moment.
I think the area that I'm concerned about, and I do have a lot of emails, so thank you for that, the procedures and protocols from Othram that you know about, that you've read, like, where are they? And I think she's asking this because she wants to know what the protocol is. So wait a second. If basically it's like this, dude, I have a contract with you, Annie. Okay. If you're telling me that we're done and I'm ceasing, I'm not sending this shit to some FBI guy that I don't even know who the fuck that is. I'm sending this stuff to motherfucking you. If you want to get the FBI involved, then you take it to the fucking FBI. Why the fuck would I, Othram, take it to the FBI or be involved with the FBI? That makes absolutely no motherfucking sense. Oh, hey, you know that case? It's Quad Hom. Yep, I got some guy that's just going to be coming by there from the feds. Just go ahead and pass it off to him when he gets there. That Q1.1.
So we're expected to believe, too, that this MPD officer safely was able to transport this sample without contaminating it?
Dude, my contract is with you. You want to deal with the FBI and not have us working anymore? That's fine. I am returning you your stuff. You're going to sign this back out. Here's our work. Like,
here's your receipt.
Yes.
Right.
Because author would want to cover their own ass.
Absolutely.
Okay. And it's just like, that's just so right here. I think that's why Ann says it. Okay. So, and he says, so those protocols would have been back in 2021, I believe, from when we initially did the RFP. I believe it's the RFP process. I'm not completely familiar. It might be an intent to bid. My question would just be this. Go look at every other case y'all did. When you were done with it or you couldn't do anything, you couldn't help out, who did you give the stuff back to? What is it? And that's when Ann Taylor was irate. And she said, Your Honor, the first time that we are seeing anything with protocols and procedures is this week. And then this day, then even more stuff. And it's like, wait, what? Y'all wanted to go to trial in 6, months from the day of the murders.
Right.
And like, this is how you think you put people in prison, let alone kill them?
Yeah.
This isn't how you do it. Not in the United States of America. Well, in Hitler's room, I guess you do. But so those protocols would have been back in, okay. So any of the work that Othram did in getting from DNA sample all the way down to S&P profile, where are they? So any of the work. And then he says, where is the documentation of that? I do not have that documentation. That was not provided to us, to my knowledge. And I don't know everything that was provided back to the laboratory, potentially, but to my knowledge, we were not provided with that information. And it's like, wait, what? Dude, the FBI, it's not their case. Like, what in the fuck are you talking about? Who has this information? Well, would Othram have it? Well, potentially. I don't know. So the documentation of, okay, so this is the question, guys. Again, any of the work that Othram did in getting from the DNA sample, that the Q1.1, all the work they would have done to getting it down, because we want to know what the damn thing looked like. That Q1.1, we want to make sure that in the transport here, what did you guys pass on off to Othram? Right? I would want to know that. I want to make sure at every step of the way that we're dealing with the real Q1.1. Okay. And so here, all like the screenshots you'd have been taken, or like all your work, your lab, like
and a good way to
150 pages.
Yeah, and a good way to make sure that your Q11 sample is the Q11 sample throughout the whole way is you don't transport it with an officer in a vehicle.
This is just, would Othram have it? Potentially, I don't know. Well, the work that they did to come up with a name to give you for further investigation, where are those documents? I don't know. And your documents, some went to Othram, but you still have a copy of those? I do. And I'm over here like $9,500 for what?
That's what I was about to ask you. What was the bill for Othram if they had to stop all their work and give it to the FBI anyway?
And that bill was only November. If you think about it, that was the bill for November. And then I
thought they were told to stop their work December 10th, right?
SC is Santa Claus, you guys. I like that.
I heard some good ones. Santa Claus, Incel.
Yeah.
What was the other one? Short Cop.
I didn't say that Hitler has our back. That's him saying he's got the state's back. Don't worry. I'm cleaning up your guys' fucking mess. And then who was this? Oh, Bill Nye says, no questions, Your Honor. I got no questions for this witness. And then this is when Daniel, and then this is where I'll end with this again because he says, okay, hey, would there be an issue if this was to double? And it's right here, 128, and it says, okay. So she's like, well, isn't that important so there's public trust in what you do? Well, more so public trust for sure, but reliability in reproducibility of results, transparency, or just ensuring a full quality behind your conclusions and reports. Because it was like, the question was, is there a set of guidelines or rules that apply to work with DNA to split that DNA water balloon open? So she's, he answers that, and it's like, well, is that important so there's public trust in what you do? Mm-hmm. As well as transparency and like, here's all of our work and, it's reliable. It's so that we can reproduce it in like court and shit. Okay, well, question. Mr. Hellwig, you mentioned the size of the two S&P profiles for GEDmatch Pro and Family Tree DNA. 550,000 or 650,000 seems to be the maximums. If you had a case where you had produced a file to upload, an upload file, and it had, let's say, 600,000 in it, could you take that text file? And so basically like, hey, the S&P that you were talking about here, can you double that? How can you make that twice the size? And he's like, I'm not sure how we would do that. No. And it's important to note that there was just IMF's policy, we generated upload files specific to each one, but he says right here, that being said, if theoretically we were to deliver our upload file to our client and it say had 500,000 SMPs on it, I don't know of a mechanism to add SMPs in that manner without going back to our raw data. And this is where Hitler knows, you guys. He knows what that means. He means that the FBI then, why did you give us anything from Othram when we're just going to take the Q1.1 and when we get it, we're going to create our own SMP because it clearly doubled in size. And the only way that text could double in size is if you fucking took it from the raw data. That's how. And so what they were trying to do is get rid of any and all evidence of Othram doing any motherfucking work in this case because they were saying that it was never going to come to that because no one was ever going to know that we did IgG. But how did they know back then that they couldn't let anybody know that they were going to use IgG when they wanted Othram to cease work and fucking act like you never did the fucking shit? Because why wouldn't the feds do it right off the rip? If you bring in your resources, why would Idaho go and waste $9,500 motherfucking dollars to have when we can just use the FBI resources to do IgG? Because Moscow and the feds weren't all tight like everybody thinks from the beginning. That ain't true. The feds aren't coming in to be chummy chum with you. Okay.
Hellwig is saying further in his testimony too, he did receive 2 upload files One is a text file that came from Othram Labs. One is an Excel file that came from the FBI.
And you know what an Excel file is? That's it already extracted.
Yeah, and it even says too, the next question is that also an upload file? And he says, yeah, both of them are upload files.
Yeah, so
they contain exactly that, a listing of SMPs, the call, and their location in a format that would allow them to be uploaded to databases.
See, and so it says, in this particular case, I know you haven't gotten involved in all of the ins and outs, but did we provide to you what we received in regular discovery? In regular discovery, meaning not from the FBI, my guess. The Othram file and the regular discovery. The Othram file and the FBI file, uploaded files. Yes, I did receive 2 uploaded files. One was text file. Yes. Okay, so both of them are uploaded files. And she's thinking that the judge knows what that means, just so we're clear. And then, well, what was the difference in size? Well, the FBI upload file had significantly more SMPs called than the Othram file. And then that's talking about the actual physical size of the sample. To go deep into it, see? To go deep into it. I don't know exactly how many more, but there was more SNPs called within the upload file for the FBI than there was with the Othram file. And since the Othram file is a smaller and it's a text file, can you tell how the FBI got so much more data, so many more SMPs? No. That's kind of the important part here. There's no documentation to say how this happened. And that's really the important part. See? And that's what I've been asking everybody to just, dude. So you're sitting here telling me how I'm looking at this that I can't compare to see if the FBI and Othram was working with the same raw data?
And he even says too, I have no reason to believe that Othram did anything wrong to obtain the profile. I just don't have the documentation to show how that came to be. Same with the FBI file. There's no documentation or notes, bench notes, or reports.
To say that this is what I had, this is what I did,
and now
this is what I have. So I'm unsure of how that came to be. And I think, so then what does Ann say here? Well, thank you, Your Honor, if I may just have a moment. Mr. Helwick, that's all for now. And then this is where Hippler runs with this and says, well, your own investigator said that they didn't do anything wrong. And it's like, no, you're fucking twisting his words. What he said is that he doesn't have any, he's not going to sit here and say that they're a bunch of scam motherfucking pieces of shit. He's going to say, we need more because we don't know anything. And without having any and all of this shit.
Yeah, I can't give you a definitive answer if I can't see what they did.
And so how can Hippler sit over here as a judge? You're allowed to ask questions. Okay, so I have a question for you. So are you telling me that you don't know? I just have a question. Are you able to tell me that Q1.1 is the same that Othram was working with, is the same that the FBI was working with? I just want to know that. It's the same. Like it matches. Like Q1.1. And he's over here well, I mean, does anybody else have that question? I mean, don't you have that question? Don't you? What if I told you that Q1.1 didn't match? Well, then we have a huge, big problem. Because no wonder Othram didn't get to, you know what I mean? Wait, we have two different, Q1.1's a different sample. So I just can't believe that Hippler's over here twisting the words of an expert when he says, well, no, that's kind of the important part here. There's no documentation to say how this happened. And that's really the important part, right? He says it himself. He said, and that's really the important part, right? I have no reason to believe that Othram Laboratories did anything wrong to obtain their profile.
Well, I guess here's where I'm going with this.
To obtain their profile, which would be the SMP.
Where's the SMP where is the SNP that ISP created?
ISP didn't create a SNP. Never. They don't do that.
They did.
No, they didn't.
She specifically
No,
said
you're wrong.
that they did 2 SNPs.
No. Yeah, 2 SNPs. The Othram did one, and the FBI did one. Idaho State Police does not do SNPs. They don't do that. That's why they contract out. And that's why I question why they're getting all this government money. You don't ask questions when you don't want answers, says Heather. So if this guy has questions, says, okay, well, I just don't have the documentation to show me how that came to be. Same with the FBI. So, and if he's saying that he doesn't know how they made their SNP, that means that he doesn't have any of the raw data. Because here's the raw data. This is what we pulled from. This is how we created our SNP. That's
no bench notes, nothing.
Yeah. And to me, that sounds like, okay, well, no chain of custody.
Could you imagine if you tried to do a lab in science when you were in high school and you didn't have any bench notes or anything to turn in for? Do you imagine?
Yeah. Well, I guess then when Hippler's, so then let's go to like this. We read all through this, right? And now what we get to hear is, here's Ann Taylor's arguments, right? And then here's stupid fuck's arguments, right? And then Hippler's over here just like, well, the DNA matches, right? So what does it matter? It's like, wait, what? What do you mean? What DNA matches? Well, we have a match, right? The Idaho State Q11, it matches Brian Koberger's that they got on January 5th. Wait, we're here to figure out how that even fucking got to that point, you dumbass. And you know it. You know why we're here. You know why we're here. And in a suppression hearing, you're supposed to show that, no, none of this is getting suppressed because it all adds up. Nobody fucked around. Nobody did shit. And he just basically said he listened to this testimony and isn't issuing, like, it's just like, no, that's not what a Franks is for. What are you talking about? We have people lying up there, man. You don't know what a December 10th meeting was about. You don't know why they said, here, shut it down. Don't do this. We're going to get... And you never got back your material in a quad homicide from the fucking lab that you contract with. And then you were supposed to be the people that would give it to the feds, not Othram. Why are, like, what? That's not chain of... What?
Well, here's my thing, right? So I can understand. I guess where it gets murky for me is even if Othram's doing your work, okay, and for whatever reason the decision is made, no, we're going to stop all work, turn it over to the FBI, it still doesn't make sense.
It's the property of the Idaho State Police.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't make any sense that ISP wouldn't be retaining the lab reports, the bench notes, and the text file for the raw data.
If you go back to then why they're asking for the Franks, they're asking for the Franks because all of this stuff that they said that they were wasting all of their time on, right? To get this lead, to come back to the name of Brian Koberger, right? They're saying that, hey, if they didn't use that to truly develop probable cause here, right? Because he's saying, no, these were all valid search warrants.
Mm-hmm.
These were all, they actually had probable cause. And Ann Taylor did an amazing job if you truly think about it. And she's just like, Well, no, actually they didn't, because they're leading the tribunal, who is the magistrate. They're misleading her. They're misleading her to make it seem like, okay, hey, we have to make this probable cause up because we cannot use IGG. Because why? When here, Hitler's own ruling is that it would have just added to probable cause. Well, Hitler, it's the only thing that actually makes probable cause, you dumbass.
Yeah, nobody told the state that it would have added to the probable cause. That's why they didn't include it.
Okay, so if the state, so that's where I want to go with this, which is, okay, well, then why did the state have to act like they got to Brian Culver by the WSU officers who truly weren't talked to until December 20th after the name Brian Culver?
If IGG just adds to the probable cause, then you don't even need to hide anything you did with it.
Well, and then so my next question is that, wait a second, why don't we ask Megan Marshall what she thought? Like, why is Judge Hitler going to sit here? Why doesn't the magistrate have to be questioned to say, hey, when you signed off on probable cause, were you under the assumption that you believe that they had Brian Culver's name on November 29th? Yes or no? I want to know that answer. Because if she says yes, then they misled the tribunal. So when is that going to ever change in the government, in the world that we're living in? That why would we have another judge tell us what another judge thought? That is the fucking dumbest shit I've ever thought about. You would actually go to ask this, hey, yeah, no, actually, that's exactly what I thought. Just like the whole fucking world thought it, you motherfucker. And so if that's not misleading, because we all thought it, then you're lying to yourselves out there if you're following this case. And what I'm trying to say is, if what they did was okay to do, why didn't they just put it in the fucking, that's how they truly obtained probable cause in his name. So just put it in there, and then guess what? I'm going to say, sounds good to me. Here's my check mark with that. Okay. You use databases, and guess what? As of right now, it's the Wild Wild West. So you didn't violate my constitutional rights, right? You just violated your own integrity. You're a lying piece of shit. But you didn't violate my rights.
Yeah, it's more like a civil issue, terms of service issue.
Yeah, and I think that everybody should fucking sue in class action.
That's what I said. I was like, could you imagine if everybody, just all in mass, just starts demanding their profiles be removed from these databases immediately? Because even if you're in one of these databases that law enforcement is never ever supposed to be able to enter, it's all right. If they want to get in there, they will. They'll just take the profile, they'll upload it as though they own it, and they'll find out whatever they need to find out.
Okay, so then let's really think about this from a fuck you standpoint. Ready? So if I believe, which as of right now, I believe that they had Brian Culver's name way before they gave it to Moscow Police Department on December 19th. If I'm a federal agent, I am not getting this information on December 19th and giving it to Moscow Police Department and saying, here, go ahead. You guys are so good at what you do. I'm just going to give you this name. Okay. The minute I get it. Okay. So let's be real. So I personally believe that in order for whatever was sent to Othram, if you think about it, and drove down there on 12, what was it? We would do like Lana's way. So on 11/22, Othram gets it. Well, whoever said the FBI didn't get a slice of the pie right off the rip, motherfucker. So why the FBI had a size that was significantly larger than whatever Othram had is because the FBI got the pie first. Bitch, sit down. Okay? The FBI got that pie first, which would make way more sense to me. And so the FBI had that shit before Othram got their slice. Okay? That's why the data side, it would be, and they're over here doing whatever it is that they're doing, right? like the FBI, and the FBI was able to get to Brian Kohberger because they put it in databases that they weren't supposed to, right? And so I believe that they had this name way earlier. Hence, you're pulling Kaylee's Reddit on 11/20. You're asking for Kaylee's Reddit on that's a priority to you. Kaylee's Reddit, nobody else's but Kaylee's on 11/20. Okay, is that right? But wait, we can't serve that search warrant like because it was an oops to go and get it. Okay, we can't serve it yet. Don't do it yet because we need to hide this. Because why would we go and get Kaylee's Reddit and nobody else's, right? Because we already have Brian Kohberger's name, right? And so we're tracking down all this shit, right? And what you're supposed to do from the worlds of the Gabrielle Vargases and the people that are good genealogists are, once you have a family and then you get brothers or sisters or family members, then you go and obtain their DNA. So on November 28th or 29th, WSU was fucking around over there because I believe that the feds, hey, this is this person's car, right? Go and see if we can, because we're going to try to obtain his DNA to compare it to what we have. And then that's what we're sending in as a tip because we've matched it. Okay? But here, we don't believe that we can't get it, like the feds, we can't do, like, we're doing all of our shit federally. Like, why would there ever be an Amazon in August 2023 that what's his name has to redo and say, hey, here, let's go get the Amazon when they already had it. The feds already did it. So why is Maori doing it again? And that dumbass copy cuts and pastes it only wants the information up until December 6th of 2022. If you're not arresting him, you have no idea when he could have bought a replacement sheath. You have no idea when, why are you looking for, because I believe that they were saying, okay, well, if he gets the knife and knife sheath and he buys it this time, his ass would have tried to buy a replacement and say, well, I still have mine that I bought on this day. And I just bought it with a, gift card or something so that it would always just look like it was the one that I bought originally. Okay. That, like, if I'm going to be a true detective here, I'm going to show you on how all the different ways that you would do this. And if I have the feds involved and the feds are doing, the identification and all this, well, then why the hell are we dealing with Othram to do anything in this case when the feds could be dealing with the IGG? That's why, like, they're going to be in on that. And the feds kept the name from Moscow. Maybe they didn't give it to Payne, if we want to believe his ass, until...
I guess here's where my brain goes, though, right? So if the feds who have been now at this point that you're talking about here, at this point in the investigation, they've been helping Moscow Police Department and ISP in like every facet, right? So I guess what I can't figure out...
No, but they're not.
Allegedly.
They're running their own investigation.
Right. So what I'm trying to figure out here is if you are the feds, you are conducting your own little whatever you're doing separate from Moscow Police Department, right?
Mm-hmm. And they're getting all of these. They had the feds had Brian Kohberger's name before December 19th.
Of course they did.
They had
Of course
the search warrants will prove it, and that's why they wouldn't turn over the search warrants.
It's literally in the motion to suppress Google.
Yes.
Walk into a CVS December 16th in Pennsylvania.
Well, no, you could have gotten that based off of cameras because after I get your banking records, based on where you were going with your phone, I could see that's where you went.
This is where it's talked about they had eyes on him at this point.
Yeah, but it's saying, but how because they went back and fucking fluffed that. What I'm trying to say, what gives it away is that if you truly did not know Brian Kohberger until December 19th, the feds included, right? And Moscow Police Department, when you would have asked for an Amazon search warrant for that motherfucking man, if you were the feds, you would have done it all the way up until the day that you're turning in the search warrant to get signed, and it's going to go up to that point. Why would anybody only go up and until, if you're putting in a search warrant on August of 2023, why are you having Amazon stop searching for a possible replacement knife sheath between December 6th and December 30th. That is the stupidest fucking shit. You would never do that. But the reason that you stopped the search when you did your stupid little, because they copy, cut, and pasted, you got caught. You got caught because you didn't change the Amazon date. You didn't change it to extend all the way to the 30th. That's how I caught you. Because you wouldn't, if the feds weren't part of it and weren't helping you and weren't going, hey, use it off of this one because this is how we got this email and this is how we got this.
Reasoning. I guess what I want to know is what would be the reasoning that the feds are going to be doing all this behind the scenes and not communicating that they are tracking?
Because you don't trust them. Because and it's also the feds. It's a need to know basis. We don't have to tell you shit until you need to know. You don't need to know this.
I get that. But even still, okay, so even if they don't trust MPD, they want to make sure everything is being done correctly, then why is nothing being turned over?
To who?
To the fucking defense and discovery.
Because it would show that that Moscow, or I'm sorry, that it's going to show that the feds had the name Brian Kober and was pulling search warrants on the motherfucker before December 19th. Yes, but then you're not going to be able to sell it. Okay, right now that's not able to be proven because they're refusing to turn that over. Okay?
Well, that's kind of the point I'm getting at, right? So the feds do all this work just to say, nope, we're not, nope, nobody can see anything we did ever. Sorry.
Well, no, well, then it's going to come down to when you actually have to testify at this case. And so you're going to sit here and tell me that we have to wait for the trial where Ann Taylor is going to say, Your Honor, sidebar. Your Honor, we had a suppression hearing about this, okay? And Officer Payne said that, and now we have Balance on testimony right here saying that he provided this to Officer Payne on December, 6th.
Right.
So we would have actually had our suppression. We would have actually had X, Y, and Z of Frank's proving that this guy lied, proving that he had this, that, and the other. They did not, So how do we go back? How do we go backwards? I can just use it to impeach him? What are you fucking talking about? No, this is evidence here. To say that,
And she's going to have to show it to the jury. I hate to say it, but I was talking to someone today about it. And, even though she shouldn't have to, because it's not supposed to be how the system works, it's not under the Constitution, she's going to have no other choice than to prove he's innocent. Even though she shouldn't have to. That's unfortunately what's going to have to happen here. You're going to have to use their own case against them to prove he's innocent.
I think Brian's going to have to go bench trial.
I know, right? Mm-hmm.
I think he's going to have to go bench trial if you can lay out this timeline in a very good manner, because the courts, if you have all of this shit to then show okay, yeah, this guy did lie, blah, blah, blah. Do we see Brian Kober going away from a jury trial and going bench trial? And to me, that seems like it literally is a huge possibility.
Could be, especially now where you have the state filing motions in limine for this alternative perpetrator evidence that they don't want coming in.
And they're gonna and everyone's gonna say, what Hitler still has to you guys, when the jury, if the jury hears, okay, yeah, the sheath was there, right? Oh, and it has Brian's DNA on it, and it's in between, and it's next to the only way, I think that man's involved, because the way that people's heads are going to work if you're on the jury is that either he did it with other people because there's this other blood, or you're going to have to tell me that he was framed, but you're going to have to explain to me as a juror, wait a second, why would they frame somebody like Brian Kober? Who is Brian to frame?
It's not even about a framing either. Wow. It's just that if, the fact of the matter is there's many cases out there that one could cite, Lucas Anderson just being one of them, to easily explain to a juror how their DNA could end up at a crime scene they've never been to. All because they were treated by an EMT earlier that day. So that's like the easiest way to explain to a jury how their touch DNA could end up somewhere.
Okay, listen,
they've never been.
if they're gonna sell it that this came off of Amazon, and so therefore it wasn't like he was strolling around Walmart and was touching these fucking knives and checking them out. Okay. I'm just saying, this jury and the way the fucking media has completely done this, it's just like, wow, like.
Well, shit's going to get wild. I mean, it's going to be very interesting to see whose psychiatric record the state wants suppressed and doesn't want getting in. It's not Brian's. Can tell you that much. There's someone's psychological record out there that the state, they feel that that would be somehow but prejudicial to their case. That's interesting. That's interesting.
You guys, reasonable doubt. What does that term even mean to people? Okay, I think there's reasonable doubt all over this case.
Yeah.
Okay. From what we have right now. From what we have right now. From what we have right now. You want to sit here and tell me that 4 people were brutally stabbed to death, and for the only reason that 911 was called is because, well, we eventually had to wake up at some point and had to roam around, and we found one of our room. I mean, but people are the screaming bloody murder. Like, you walk, the guy walks right past you.
Yeah, but like most jurors, though, dude, the moment that they hear, like, wait a minute, excuse me, so there was also blood on the sheet, and there's multiple.
Wait a second. Are you kidding me? In the freaking Delphi case, his DNA is nowhere even at the scene. No, nothing. All these other people's mixtures are all in all this shit.
That wasn't found out until much later. That didn't come out.
No, I'm talking about the jury heard that. The jury heard that. You understand that, right? People's blood, all this mixture.
So they're pulling an Allen here, huh?
I'm just saying, like, if a jury, I'm sitting there listening to this, and I'm like, wait a second. A stabbing, almost decapitation, all this crazy shit that you would.
Yeah, there's
and this man,
in the girl's fingers.
yeah, like, he didn't sweat, there's no spit, nothing. You couldn't separate any mixtures to come back to Richard Allen at all, right? And here, the jury's over here like, oh, well, we don't even believe that the bullet matches the gun, so we kind of threw that out too. And it's just like, wait a second, you have no physical evidence, and you have, oh, we're going to go off of what? Off of a pixelated video that they enhanced that you can't tell who the fuck that is? Yeah. And just because somebody says, they came forward and said, I was at the trail, like I was at the Mona, when they say the Mona High Bridge, it means like the trails. I was at the trails that day and came forward as so early as the second day. And then all this time would pass, and they were saying that, oh, yep, he tried to insert himself in this. Like, wait, what? Like, this is a small little town, like, because you never know what vehicle you could have saw. Or like, here, we're going to ask you questions. They took his phone back then. They put his, IME. I'm just like, dude, you don't have a chance. If you are arrested for a violent crime, you are guilty until proven innocent in the United States of America right now.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. She's going to have no other choice than to prove he's innocent, even though she shouldn't have to.
And now they want to take away the fact that I can't even talk about other people committing the crime, and that
that's what they
law enforcement thought it was somebody else.
Yeah, isn't that what they did in Allen too? Made it impossible to present the alternative suspect.
Well, I think Ann Taylor has way more resources and is a better attorney. That they didn't argue that right. So I think Ann Taylor's You can't say, oh, hey, your forensic guy with phones can't testify. Your location data expert can't testify. Are you kidding me? Like, if you can put me at the scene because of a phone, why can't somebody not put me at the scene because of a phone? Like, get the fuck out of here, man. Like, it works both ways.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%.
But I'm going to get off of here. I love your face. I've been live for 5 hours and 45 minutes. That's why I don't have a voice.
I can't believe it. You kick ass. Love
Okay.
you.
I love you. Bye. You guys, it's just so frustrating because it's not that I think Brian Kober is, I don't know if he's innocent. I don't know if he's guilty. I'm saying I'm just so sick and tired of not having fair trials. Like, this is the United States of America, man. If somebody wants you in this town, they're going to get you in this town. That's just not how it's supposed to be. That's not how it's supposed to be. You can, like, I back all the parents, man. Hey, if that was my fucking kid, like, they're gonna get every pass every day of the week from me. Okay? Think about it, if it was your kid, you know, get it. Like, you're emotionally invested in, but that's where, like, the ones that aren't the ones that are the parents have to remind everybody that, hey, we have rights, and the police and the government aren't just going to do whatever the fuck they want. And it's like, okay, nothing is like, no, fuck you, dude. No. If he's so guilty and he's a monster, trust me, good people that have integrity and that work a case, and with all the technology that we have, you will get them. But you don't need to destroy all of our rights. Like, it's 2025. I'm sorry, but you don't keep shit in your house anymore. I would rather have somebody come in my house without a warrant any day of the week. But to get into my phone, into the different apps that are part of my phone, and because I have this app, then it's the third-party doctrine, and that means that because I'm sharing with a third party, like, you can go and get shit, man. Fuck you, dude. No, you can't. Fuck that. I stopped so many of my app services. You know what? All you people can get fucked. No. Like, there is so many things. Like, I have my son's medical shit in my phone. You don't get that. No, you don't get to just search my shit. Well, we have probable cause because we believe that you did what? Okay, well, if you believe that I shut my phone off and turn it off, then why do you think that there would be anything in my phone? If you think that if I'm Brian Kober, you think that I didn't even bring my phone with me and that I shut it off. So I wasn't using my phone to commit a crime. So how the fuck are you going to get my phone? That's how I feel about that. So in one breath, you're saying that I turned my phone off and I didn't use it to commit a crime, right? I didn't use it in the commission of a crime. So how are you then? Okay, well, we can go get in your phone because we believe that there's going to be proof that what I did. Like, come on, man. Not when you're going to sit here and tell me that I shut it off and I didn't have it, or, you know, oh, criminals, in my experience, they leave their phone at home or they do this. Well, then I didn't have it while I was committing a crime. So then how do you have probable cause to do anything with my phone? Think about that. Because you get to say in my training and experience. Well, I'm not a fucking moron like those motherfuckers that you, in your training and experience, you've never even written a fucking search warrant for anything like this before. So clearly in your training and experience, you're fucking full of shit. You have no training and experience because you've never wrote a search warrant for that before. I just don't like when you can use something both ways because you can't. And I think that's the issue with what I see in this case, is that you can't say that Brian Kober drove straight home after committing the murders in one of the affidavits to go get his WSU apartment, but in the other affidavit that he made this big loop-de-loop. Well, which is it? Did he make the loop-de-loop, or did he go straight home, which then he would have gotten a shower and there would have been, you know, all this blood and blah, blah, blah. And normally when you do commit crimes, guys, okay, and they get these search warrants, there's fucking fruit there. There's returns. And all I see is a bunch of made up shit. If you read this, well, when you're on such and such, when you're in Moscow, you're going to hit off of this AT&T tower. And any point that you're in Moscow, it's going to be consistent with serving to 1122 King. No way. Seriously? Oh, really? Because Ashley Banfield sold me down the river and everybody else that, especially Steve Gonzalez, that he was just pinging off their Wi-Fi. Absolutely ridiculous. Lana Dumpy said, I'm not sad. Just, this timeline is fucked. To hear that these people were credible and that Hitler deemed Payne and Mowry credible and used their May 30th testimonies as credible as well, then you're a fucking liar, Hitler. Because everybody in America, even the people that are like, Brian's so guilty, they know that Payne and Mowry are so full of fucking shit. Okay? Because those people don't care how you get somebody. Hey, Brian Culver, he's so guilty. Why would you ever want to get him out? No. I just want to keep our rights intact, and I'm still going to get the motherfucker. How about that? How about I can make sure that none of our rights get violated and that I can have transparency and I can work my ass off, and here it is, and I can be so proud of my work, and I can still protect what the United States stands for. How about that? Maybe that's what I want. How about if Brian Culver was a black male? Nobody would be talking about this case. How about if the 4 victims were, all we hear about is how beautiful and pretty and handsome everybody was? They 100% are. And those stories say, stay in the limelight. But if these victims looked like the 3 women that were shot up in Columbus, South Side, the South End, mainstream media wouldn't be talking about it. Absolutely crazy. Sad. Sad but true. Peace out, Girl South. See you on the flip side. So there was a marathon for you. Tomorrow morning, Karen Reed. Is Alan Jackson, does he have an answer for Hank's fuckerage, or was Hank, hey, Alan Jackson's a shitbag? What do we think's happening tomorrow morning? Lots coming. Lots coming. Thank you guys so much. Thumbs it up on your way out. Thank you, moderators. Peace out.